Okay, we have the green bars, we have the live counter sticking up, so we should now be live, which of course means welcome back to the Storytime Network. It is the third of our 4 year-end streams. Today we're talking about the manga of 2024. This is gonna be like a good 85% me.
Are you ready for your annual Yapathon, Mill?
I suppose I am, but yes, it is going to be a lot of me talking because I'm the one who's foolish enough to still believe in Shonen Jump manga as it comes out.
Oops. So, proportionally speaking, of the new series that started either last year or this year, how many of them have survived this year?
Oh god, give me a second. I've got the fucking Wikipedia page up, so I just gotta...
Do some basic math.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 new series in 2023, of which 3 survived.
Ouch.
Kill Blue, Noe's Exorcist, and Kagurabachi. 2024, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 new series as well. Much higher survival rate, but that's because you've got from Ichi the Witch down too new to really, have a chance to have died yet. And trust me, there is one in that batch which is doomed to death.
So, how many of the 13 new series this year have actually sub 20 chapters and thus are still in the quote-unquote danger zone?
4. So you've got Ichi the Witch, Shinobi Undercover, Hakutaku, and Sidcraft. Of those, Ichi the Witch I think is definitely going to survive.
It has a really good pedigree behind it.
Yeah,
so.
We'll go into it in more detail when we get there, but I think it's absolutely going to survive. Shinobi Undercover, I really, really want to survive because I'm really enjoying it. And again, I'll go into more detail when we get to it. Hakutaku, it's dead. There's no... I have absolutely no faith in that to survive. I've been wrong before, so there's not guaranteed, but I genuinely think it's doomed. And Sidcraft, it's too early to tell, but it's by the same author as We Never Learned, so it's got a chance anyway.
Yeah, generally, series by returning authors generally have a much higher survival rate than those by newbies.
It's not
from what I can tell.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed, because I know there's been some series...
Fucking Samurai 8.
Samurai 8, Martial Master Asumi was by the Hinamaru Sumo author. It died. Tenmaku Cinema was by the duo that did Food Wars. It died.
In fairness, I think Samurai 8 is probably the most egregious example.
It probably is. But pedigree is not a guarantee to survive. Yes, you'll probably get a little bit more rope to hang yourself with, but...
yeah. It would have been U19 if it was by anyone else, for being honest.
Yeah, I say hang yourself, get hung by the Shonen Jump editors, but, it is what it is. Before we start this proper, I do just want to make a mention of, it's not in the main list, because I refuse... I hate it, but Drama Queen had its 4th chapter today, which I'm still... I hate myself for doing it, but I still read it.
Why are you doing this to yourself, Mel?
Because I checked the Reddit thread for it, and it said one of the aliens got fucking ate out, and it did.
Like, someone went down on an alien.
Oral sex was on fucking page with 2 aliens.
Hot damn!
Like, not explicitly, but, like, the alien was sat on the edge of the bed with her legs in the air, and the dude was fucking in between the legs.
That's pretty fucking explicit.
It is. I still hate that series because it's either doing a really bad job of making clear that it's got villain protagonists, or it's just outright fucking xenophobic.
¿Por qué no los dos?
It could be both. I don't know. But There's this. If it's trying to do the villain protagonist thing, it's being too subtle because media literacy is down in the fucking depths of hell at this point.
I mean, yeah, we all know all the people who have been rooting for Walter White from the beginning, and I mean, don't realize he's gone heel turning and all that shit.
I mean,
we all know that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a comment it was either in the Reddit thread or in the chat, or I can't remember which one it was, that rightfully said, if Death Note was published today, people would be supporting Light.
People already fucking support him as is.
Yeah, and they're fucking idiots. Stop supporting the bad guys in their bad guy things. It's mostly because they think the bad guy is hot. You can think that the bad guy is an interesting character. You can like the way they look. Do not support their actions.
But Mill, if evil, why hot?
Do not support Light in his murdering of people. Do not support the two chuckle fucks from Drama Queen while they're killing and eating people. Even if they're aliens, they are still people. They are still sentient beings. Do not fucking support Eren in his stupid-ass genocide.
Yeah, I think the author of Attack on Titan did not do a good job in conveying his point there.
Yeah, because he's a bad writer.
Or definitely not good enough.
He's a bad writer. Anyway, let's start this proper. Obviously going alphabetical, as we always do. Starting with Akane-Banashi. I fucking love this series. This continues to be one of my favorites in Shonen Jump. One of my favorites overall. Even though I've, read it all on fucking Shonen Jump, I'm going out of my way to collect the volumes for this. And it sure did not fucking hold back this year. We had Akane's performance in the Futatsume debut event, where she met Chocho, and she met Taizen. We got all that stuff with in the past with her dad. We got the introduction of the Rakugo verse. Because basically what happens in Akane-Banashi is every Rakugo artist will get basically it's almost... The fans compare it to basically like a domain expansion.
Oh
like they
God.
will get some special technique that creates this sort of image behind them. And Akane's is the Rakugo verse. Everything is connected. It was such a hype fucking moment, especially considering I'm fairly sure that was the event where her dad came to see her for see her in person for the first time, which was fucking great. We got Maikaru's Shinichi promotion test, which was the first Shinichi promotion test since Akane's dad. And since, Isho failed him and expelled him. So there was a ton of pressure there, not helped by the Afro-fucker Zensho pettily trying to fail Maikaru on purpose, but eventually getting convinced by Maikaru's Rakugo. Then we had a really nice arc where we finally got to see Shiguma perform, which was really good, and he taught Akane the story Shiguma's Art, which is like the story that Shiguma learned from his master, which is meant to be I think his fucking, oh god, what's the term, magnum opus, I think that's it, yeah, but isn't complete yet, still needs to be fully finished. And then Shiguma collapsed because he's got throat cancer. And the higher-ups at the Arakawa school decided, hey, Shiguma can't do his job as a master anymore, so we're going to be splitting up all his students. And you want to guess who Akane is with?
Who?
Good old Master Isho Arakawa, the guy who expelled her dad.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, Akane was not happy. Akane was really not happy. Understandably so. And then we got a flashback to when Shigema and Isho were fresh-faced youths and first got into the Rakugo game with their master, who was the same guy, the original Shigema Arakawa. And turns out the original Shigema Arakawa belonged to another school at first, but was told that he had to expel Shigema and Isho, who weren't known as that back then, but I can't remember their names off the top of my head. He was told they had to be expelled, or all of them would basically get kicked out, and the master decided, nah, these are my students. I'm dying with them, I guess. Which resulted in, the starting of the Arakawa school, with, the original Master Shigema as its head. We didn't get fully into that past because we still don't know what happened to make our Shigema be given the Shigema name, compared to Isho, who was meant to be the better Rakugauka. And why Isho is holding such a grudge over that. It has something to do with Shigema's art, but we don't know 100% what that is. But yeah, we are now at the point where the past arc is done. All the Shigema students met up one last time to basically go, hey, we're going to make our way back, and we're going to, rebuild the Shigema school, even if it kills us. Really looking forward to what's coming in 2025. Akane and Isho is going to be a glorious disaster. It's going to be a glorious, glorious disaster. But, Akane-Banashi, I really cannot wait for this to get an anime. I'm hoping it'll get announced sometime in 2025, because it absolutely deserves it, and it'll be fucking stupendous to see it animated.
Oh, I bet. I really wish I could get into the series. Rakugo is the Japanese art form I have the most trouble with, if I'm being honest.
That's fair. It is a tough one. I'm just gonna quickly see if I can see what Akane-Banashi sales are like at the moment. 45,000, which is not bad, to be fair. It's probably...
That's in, the middle third of their sales numbers, right?
At the moment, it's probably on the top end of sort of the middle rung. Because you've got... you've got the outliers, like, One Piece and While They Last, Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero. Then you've got the first rung proper, which is stuff like Kagurabachi, Blue Box, Sakamoto Days. And then you've got sort of the mid-tier, which is the likes of Akane-Banashi, Witch Watch,
Elusive Samurai,
that sort of stuff. Yozakura Family as well, I think. Those sort of series, and then you've obviously got the ones that are either skirting with disaster, or are just not expected to sell any more than that. Honestly, Shonen Jump isn't in a great space in terms of sales because they've lost a lot of big hitters.
It lost two of its biggest 3 series this year.
I'm not even talking about this year. They've lost, in the last few years, they've lost Demon Slayer. They've lost Dr. Stone. They've lost Black Clover to a certain extent. They've lost a lot of consistently pretty big hitters that, they could have relied on. And now, obviously, the likes of Kagurabachi, Blue Box, and Sakamoto Days are breaking 100,000 relatively consistently now, but not by a huge amount. I say as Kagurabachi in week 2 is on 115,000 copies and Blue Box on 113,000 copies. But, still.
Those two are the exceptions rather than the rule.
Yeah.
With Shonen Jump's numbers.
Blue Box has definitely seen its sales boosted by its anime. Kagurabachi,
that tends to happen, yes.
I'm sure has seen its sales boosted by the fact that it's gotten hyped up to shit, rightfully so, but it's gotten hyped up to shit, and you've got a lot
memes.
You've got a lot of the more casual Shonen Jump crowd moving on from Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero. And Kagurabachi certainly is probably the most like Jujutsu Kaisen in the magazine right now, barring maybe Sakamoto Days. I'm not 100% sure about that one because I haven't read it yet.
I need to read that one
so
too.
Do I. I might wait for the anime first. We'll see. But anyway, back on topic. Akane-Banashi is really, really good. Yes, Rakugo is not the most, easy to get into subject.
It is a bit more obtuse than some of the others.
Yeah. But in reading Rakugo is different from actually, listening to it, I think, and watching it be performed. And you're never going to be able to get the same thing out of it, because part of the draw of Rakugo is obviously the performance aspect of it, not just the story itself. So if I'm not, laughing uproariously at a story the way, the people in the manga are, I'm not gonna say, oh, well, clearly the story's bad and I'm not getting Rakugo sort of thing. Like, it's a case of, okay, yes, the Rakugo's there, and yes, you want to enjoy it, but it's more about the overall story that the Rakugo is telling for the manga rather than the Rakugo story itself. That's my view on it. There may be some purists in the Akane-Banashi fandom that would want my head on a pike for saying that, but I don't know. Either way, Akane-Banashi is really, really good. I absolutely recommend giving it a go. Akane is one of the best protagonists in Shonen Jump right now, I think. And I know a lot of people who agree with me. Genuinely, I know a lot of people who think that in terms of protagonists at the moment, obviously, Luffy is not included in this because Luffy is an outlier, and it's not fair to include Luffy.
You have another representation of manga's George.
Yeah.
George.
But I know a lot of people who say the big three of Jump protagonists right now is Akane, Sakamoto, and to a lesser extent Chihiro. He's a bit newer, but yeah. It's
really hard to define a big three in this present age of Shonen Jump.
Oh no, absolutely, and it's. The thing about the Big Three era is that it's near impossible to replicate in the sense of it was three gigantic battle shonens that were very different from each other. Had such different premises from each other.
And all three were more or less on par in popularity for at least a little while. The One Piece was always the top dog of the three.
Front runner of it, yes. And again, well, no, because they came up around the same time, didn't they?
Yeah.
But One Piece was generally the front runner there. But again, it's very difficult to get three, especially with the standards in Jump nowadays. I don't know if there were any looser back then, but certainly nowadays the standards are such that it's hard to get. Not to mention, it's not just the standards, to be fair. It's also ease of viewing. Certainly in the West, it is so much easier now to get a hold of Shonen Jump manga. Whereas back then...
Which is why it's much easier for us to recognize Shonen Jump's Axe Happiness.
Axe Happiness, but also diversity. Because back then, let's be honest, One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach were going to be the main three coming out and actually making it over here from Japan and actually being translated unofficially.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 90%, 80% battle shonen plus the occasional rom-com, and that's about it.
And it's just so much more different now, thanks to Viz. And it is thanks to Viz. You know, we've got to give Viz credit here. They've done such a good job. They've kept the price low.
Yeah, Viz has been really good. Its parent company could use a lot of work, but Viz itself has been excellent.
Who's the parent company again?
I'm pretty sure it's Shueisha.
Oh, yeah, Shueisha could do some work, but hey, they're not Kodansha.
Oh god. Don't even get me started with K-manga fiasco.
Yeah, let's not go into that. Let's move on instead, because we're getting off topic. Let's move on instead to the next manga series, which is AoAshi. This year has just been the fucking Esperion versus Barcelona match. Which is... it's a lot. There's been like 40 chapters.
How do you make a sports ball match last 40 chapters?
It helps that there was a 7-chapter flashback. Which, if I'm honest, did not a huge amount for me. Because it was about basically Barcelona's ace, Demian Kant, who has a history with Esperion's ace, Kurabayashi. Both of them, I don't think it was that they tried out for Barcelona together. I think they just played together a bit while they were both in Spain. And Kurabayashi dominated at first, but then Demian seemed to go through some sort of change and beat Kurabayashi handily, which then got him, I think, a tryout with Barcelona. I can't remember 100%. But yeah, so... start of the year was Barcelona's trio of playmakers sort of running riot over Esperion, when we got Esperion's secret plan, which was basically a high press. Didn't work at first, but on the second attempt they managed to equalize before half-time. We got a flashback for another of the Barcelona players, which was, I think, 2 or 3 chapters long, which went into basically the incredibly high standards of the Barcelona Academy, which was relatively interesting stuff. It's stuff that I'm semi-aware of anyway as a football fan. Maybe not to the same extent, but it was still worthwhile. And then, yeah, Demian came on second half, dominated. Barcelona are 3-1 up. But now Ashito is leading a comeback, and today's chapter ended with Ashito in a position to score. I'm going to be so happy if my boy manages to score. I'm so happy in general anyway whenever Ashito does well, and he's doing well at the moment. Even certainly in the first half, he struggled at first, but everyone on Esperion did. They got back into it in the second half of the first half, and Ashito actually managed to get recognition for shackling one of Barcelona's main attacking players, which is always nice to see. Yeah, AoAshi is still really good. I desperately want an official translation for it, because I'll buy it in a heartbeat. Absolutely buy it in a heartbeat. Because
I mean, I felt the same way about Iruma, and then it started coming out officially. I was like, ooh, nice.
You know, as you can see with the image, it's up to volume 36 now. I would buy all 36 volumes. And, you know, however many more they go on to, we are approaching chapter 400 here. We had 392 today. I'd buy them all. I would. But nobody seems that interested in officially translating it yet. So, what magazine is it in? Shogakukan's Weekly Big Comic Spirits.
That is not what I'm familiar with.
So it's got Dance Dance Dancer, Futo PI. I'm not recognizing a lot more from it. Yeah, that's about it that I'm recognizing from it.
So it's not one of the bigger names.
No, it had Maison Ikoku from Rumiko Takahashi back in the 80s.
Oh wow, okay. That's oh, any Rumiko Takahashi joint will be feather in the cap.
It had Ping Pong, it had Uzumaki by Junji Ito.
Junji Ito is also a feather in the cap of any magazine.
Yeah. It had 21st Century Boys by Naoki Urasawa.
Another really well regarded author.
Goodbye Pun Pun.
Fuck. Okay, yeah, they have some
big
prestigious
stuff,
titles.
But yeah, it's had some really big stuff. Orb. Orb and 365 Days to the Wedding were both in Big Comic Spirits.
Nice.
But yes, okay. That's the type of magazine it is. Okay. They've got a image of the cover of the June 25th, 2007 issue of Big Comic Spirits, and it is of a model in not very many clothes.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to respond to that.
No, neither do I. Neither do I. Anywho, yeah, AoAshi continues to be good, though I do hope the end of the match... Well, the end of the match is 100% coming. I think there's only, like, 15-20 minutes of the match left, so we will 100% see it in the coming year. I doubt Asperian will manage to win. At worst, I think they'll score another goal. At best, they might draw. But either way, I think it'll be a result. But we should move on to the first of the series that started this year. Well, the first one we're covering. Because we have Astro Royale, which is by Ken Wakui, the author of Tokyo Revengers.
I thought I recognized that art style.
Mm-hmm.
How is it?
In terms of the series that I am reading that have survived thus far this year, it's not high up on my list.
Wow, damning with faint praise.
It's a fairly basic series, fairly basic battle shonen thus far. The general premise is that the protagonist, Hibaru, is the only biological son of the leader of the Yotsurugi Yakuza clan, which has a bunch of adopted sons as well. Hibaru's father dies, naming Hibaru the new leader, but Hibaru decides to appoint his friend, the 12th adopted son, Terasu, as the next head. And then there's a meteor shower over Japan, which fucking demolishes large parts of Tokyo, but also grants powers called Astros. Variety of abilities, and you want to know what Hibaru's is?
Is it punch stuff real hard?
It's punch stuff real hard!
Yeah!
It's punched up real good. He punched up real good. It's like, come on, could you not have...
protagonist the meathead ability?
Could you not have given him at least a little bit more of a unique ability than punch what good? Please.
Like, even fucking telekinesis would be more interesting.
Terasu,
you can do more shit with that.
Terasu has a shield ability. There's another brother they team up with that has a transformation ability. Hibaru has a female friend that can turn invisible. There's a fair variety of powers, to be fair to the series, but the story is just so sort of basic and milquetoast almost. The big moments managed to hit relatively hard, but not to an extent where I'm like actually going, oh my god, that happened. It's more a case of, oh, cool, that happened. That was pretty neat. They did have a... they've just ended a big arc where a corrupt police officer had, I believe, ice abilities that Hibaru defeated. That Hibaru punched what good with the help of his friend who can go invisible because the corrupt cop killed her parents. And you want to know what the most recent arc that started today, or the arc that started today is going to be?
Oh boy.
It's going to be an Astro Battle Royale. As such, an Astro Royale.
God damn it.
Yeah, I wonder how long Wakui has been waiting to get to that one.
So fucking long.
It's not doing terribly in terms of sales. Week 2 for Volumes 3 has it on 19,000. So it might continue surviving. It's another one where, fucking Jump have, gotten a fairly big author from another magazine. Because Tokyo Revengers was obviously in, it was in a Kodansha magazine, Weekly Shonen magazine.
Rip to Kodansha for losing the author of one of their bestsellers.
Yeah. So it's another case where I have a feeling Jump are probably going to give him, more leeway than the average new series. For better or for worse. It's not a terrible series, but it's not amazing either. I mean, we'll just go back. This year has seen the deaths of series I would say are better.
That's unfortunate.
Not in the same vein, because obviously this is, this is as straight a battle shonen as you can get, basically. And not many of the series that have... Well, certainly the series that I've read, not many of them were straight battle shonens. There were a couple, but not really. But yeah, Astro Royale, it's just not... It's not spectacular in any way. I just don't have a... it's one of those where I will add it to the list, but it's not... it's not a big deal to me. So let's move on to our next series, which is Beat and Motion. I caught up on this today because I fell behind in like April or May. I'm very glad that I caught up because I was enjoying what I was reading. I'm just checking to see how busy in terms of work I was back in April and May. So I also fell behind on fucking, whatchamacallit, Dogsred as well. I was relatively busy, so it might have been that. So there's been a big focus on Tatsuhiko in this year's chapters. He managed to finish his music video for Nico's song. which managed to win a prize, and his animation friends won a grand prize. They decided to make a short film together after getting a grant from the Japanese government, but unfortunately it wasn't received very well. But they've decided to crowdfund another short film, and because for the first short film, Tatsuhiko was the director, and the two friends, Nabari and Akame, were basically his assistants. This time they're working far more in tandem, basically. That's not right. Wait, no, it is right. Whatever. Interestingly, on the Tatsuhiko Nico front, they are going out. They are actually going out together.
What? An actual relationship in an ongoing manga?
During the party for Tatsuhiko, Nabari, and Akame, the two of them went out for basically booze and food. And basically, Nico was getting very frustrated because he was like, okay, I know you like me. I like you as well. I now want you to confess to me, goddammit. Fucking do it. And eventually had to give him a little push of, stop being so cautious and just say what you want to say, if you know what I'm saying. And yeah, he managed to do it. There's potentially going to be a little bit of strife coming up in the next few chapters, because Nico wants to sing the write and sing the theme song for this short film, but Tatsuhiko, because Nico has now basically debuted and is a pretty popular artist. But Tatsuhiko, wants the film to stand on its own rather than just getting, Nico fans in to watch it. So we'll see how Tatsuhiko saying that to Nico is received in probably the next chapter. I enjoyed what I read today. I will.
That's good.
Do my damnedest to keep up. If nothing else, I might not read it on the day that it comes out, but I may well just read it alongside my fucking Sunday chapters. Because I might as well, because I'm reading a fuck ton of manga then anyway.
Yep.
But yes, Beat in Motion, good series. It's the one that's getting got a guaranteed anime adaptation. So we'll see what happens with that. We are now 45 chapters in, so we are probably getting to the point where that can, be properly made and finished. So I certainly imagine the first season would probably end with the confession. That seems like as good a stopping point as any, but we'll see on that front. Anyway, let's move on to one that's had fewer chapters than everything else, most other things this year, because it is Black Clover. Do you want to talk a bit while I just drink some water?
Yeah, Black Clover, good set of chapters this year. We only got 2 batches. No, was it 2 batches or 3 batches? I think it was 3 batches.
I think 3.
Yeah, because, we got the end of the Mario Leona fight, and the as well as the whole fight with the Silva siblings versus Ossier and Yami Noct and Ichika versus Morgan.
Yeah. So in terms of the chapters we're covering this year, we had 369 dropping on its own Christmas Eve last year. Then we had the Black Bulls letting Asta and Yuno advance to, I think, the real Lucius, if I'm remembering correctly, and then, as you said, the end of Mary Leona and Morris. Then we had the 2 chapters that were the Silver Siblings versus Asia, and then
ACR, I think.
Yeah, and then the 3 chapters for the army fight.
Yep. All of which were really good chapters.
I mean, the Silver Siblings versus Asia. God.
That was probably the best fight of the batch. Just because of how much emotional weight was behind it.
I mean, it's, 370-odd chapters in the making of Solid and Nebra apologizing to Noelle. Obviously, Nozel has been, more benevolent in general to Noelle during the series, but he was still a shit in the past. But again, we got maybe not quite an apology, but we got, some stuff there that makes up for it. And yeah, that end of Asia being like, well, you took a fucking while to do it, but you're a family now. I mean, in terms of shit badassery, fucking Mereoleona just going full mana body.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
I mean, Fuegoleon appeared, but I'm not sure if he actually did anything.
I can't think of anything, no.
Like, he turned up, I think, maybe covered for, Mereoleona at first, but...
She mostly carried that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's still a fun fight. It's just not of... It doesn't have, the heft.
No, emotionally speaking, it doesn't have the heft. It tries to make up for that in badassery, but, there's only so much that can do.
Yeah.
It's still a good fight, but,
yeah, it still works. It's just not the same.
I mean, the chapter we had on Christmas Eve, fucking looking Magna versus the Lucius clone. That was fucking great. I always adore seeing Magna do well, because it is, Magna is a character that in another series would have fallen by the wayside years ago.
Long ago, yeah.
Years ago. He would have been around for maybe... He would have dropped out before the end of the Elf arc, frankly. He obviously still would have been around, but he wouldn't actually be doing anything. So the fact that he is still here and fighting... Yes, it's a clone, but still, a portion of the big bad. That's insane and incredible work from Tabata.
Yep. It all works. It all works very well.
But I mean, we will see what happens, but surely we are now... I mean, obviously we are in the final stretch, but surely we are now on the final stretch. I'm not sure how many more fights there are to end before we get to Asta and Yuno.
I think that's it. Outside of, fighting the Lucius clones, I think we're done with all the main fights.
I doubt we'll get anything.
Morgan fight was really good.
Yeah, no,
honest.
It was really good. It was really good. I doubt we'll get anything too in depth with the Lucius clones. Maybe some, montages of the Black Bulls beating them.
Maybe we'll get spread out across 3 chapters or something. I don't know.
Maybe, but
I think that's the most we'll get, because the Lucius clones don't have a lot of substance to them, and it's probably just more like a showcase of the Black Bulls getting one final fight, batch of fights for themselves.
Yeah,
which I wouldn't disagree with.
No, but I would expect that we probably will be... Black Clover, I think, will end either late next year or early year after.
Yeah. I can agree with that. I will say, though, the Yami fight, the Morgan fight, rather, was really fun. it was really cool seeing Yami go full demon.
Yeah.
And seeing the combination of all these dark magic users going all out.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's Yami's fights are always good, but yeah. Getting to see him, push past his limits, probably one last time in the series. Fucking great.
Oh, absolutely.
But we should probably move on to a series that is pretty much nothing like Black Clover, because it is Blue Box. So we are pretty well into the future of where the anime is right now.
We've actually finally gotten Shinatsu's father as an actual character in the story, and
I love Taiki just being an absolute goober to him. I love him so much.
Absolute Giga Chad move right there.
He's calling him the father-in-law already.
He literally only told Taiki to knock it off, literally this chapter, because he was in a rush.
It's so funny, because Chi's dad clearly has no idea how to deal with Taiki.
No! How would anyone?
Obviously, this arc, fingers crossed, will be, Chi's big sporting moment. She'll, beat Yumika and get to nationals. Fingers crossed. I really hope Chi doesn't lose again. I would be really disappointed in the series if she does. Because if nothing else, I think she deserves the win here. But, there's a lot of other good stuff this year. We had fucking Taiki making it to nationals and beating Haryu.
That was great. I will say, the festival arc was also pretty good, though I do have one big quibble with it
which
that
festival?
I think you are aware of.
The Fireworks Festival or the Culture Festival?
Culture Festival.
Yeah, so this year has been the year of the Kyo love triangle.
God. I am very annoyed with the resolution on that. Or, I don't think it's a permanent resolution, but I'm very annoyed.
It's not a permanent resolution. There's no way it's permanent, but...
Yeah, I'm still annoyed.
Our time in the Kyo love triangle is certainly coming to a middle.
Why couldn't the author just let it fucking resolve, goddammit?
Because there needs to be some drama in the manga.
I get it, but there are other sources you can get.
Honestly, I'd rather Kyo take that bullet than Taiki and Chi.
Give Kyo a break already, man!
I know.
What's the man done to deserve all this?
But it's honestly been really interesting. Obviously, we've had these chapters that are so focused on Kyo and his mindset, and so it's been really interesting watching the anime back at the start of the manga, back at the start of the story, sorry. And obviously seeing Kyo, Kyo was not especially well liked at the start of the series because of how sort of negative he was towards Taiki's chances with Chi. So it's really interesting to be watching him make these, comments about Taiki and Chi, and then be reading the reason he was making these comments.
Yep. So it's very interesting.
And, while, yes, it's frustrating seeing the Kyo love triangle, it's actually been quite nice getting to see the burgeoning romance between Hina and Haruto.
Yeah, that has been nice.
Because Haruto is a fucking idiot, and I love him.
Yeah, the whole cast are a bunch of wonderful goobers.
But he's a socially awkward idiot, and it's really nice getting to see somebody actually, properly talking to him.
I will say I do find I am annoyed by the whole handling of the love triangle. I do also think that some of the way some of the people have talked online about it is like, the fuck are you on about?
I mean,
don't be an asshole.
Yeah, of course. That's not surprising at all. But yeah, Blue Box continues to be great, and I'm glad it's gotten a sales boost from the anime because it deserves it. It deserves to be considered one of the new pillars of Shonen Jump.
Yeah,
in terms of a romance series, it's just so good, and it's so refreshing.
Agreed.
It's so refreshing because Chinatsu and Taiki actually talk stuff out. They don't let anything fester,
which is important.
And when during the Culture Festival, when Taiki is trapped by that jealous prick, when he tried to claim to Chinatsu that Taiki was cheating on her, Chinatsu didn't believe it for a second. Not a single fucking second. She just went, "Why the fuck are you lying?"
Yep. Which was very awesome.
Yeah. We got to see Angry Chi for the first time properly.
Just goes to show that being an entitled asshole doesn't really net you much.
No, it really fucking doesn't.
For most people.
It really fucking doesn't. And then obviously we had the stuff on Chi's birthday at the beach. Taiki nearly passing out from
cute.
Taiki nearly passing out from seeing Chi in a swimsuit.
That was fucking adorable.
Yeah. I mean, also the fact that the reveal of Taiki and Chi going out happened at the school, and now both their families know about it. That was a big step that they were very much sort of angsting through, basically. And yeah, it was really nice to see that at the fireworks festival. Yeah, no, this is, like I said, Blue Box, really, really good series. It's one I'd recommend to anyone who's a fan of romance manga. And if you're worried about the sports aspect, Jack is reading it, which should say something.
Yeah, I'm not really big on sports series. So, but I love this series, so that should tell you something.
I definitely should say something about the series. But let's move on to the first series in Shonen Jump that actually, no, it was the first series that ended this year. It was, I'm fairly sure. Let me just quickly check that. Come on, there we go. Yes, the first series to end in Shonen Jump this year, which is Cipher Academy. This was probably axed, but it honestly ended a lot better than most of the other axed series, I would say.
I mean, it had more time to,
it did. It got 58 chapters. But,
which is more than twice as much as most axed series get.
True. It's probably another series that was allowed to survive by the pedigree of its author, because its author was Nisio Isin. Nisio Isin fully back on his bullshit again. It was only really when I reread this, because again it ended at the start of the year. It ended in January. February 2024, sorry. February. But yeah, I had to, we basically got 5 chapters this year. for the series, so I just went and reread them. To be fair, there is a moment where, because the end arc was basically them going through basically various challenge floors, and there were 500 floors, and they went from like 250 to 499 in the space of a chapter. Which tells me it was probably axed rather than ending naturally. Which is a shame, because I really liked the series. I thought the character writing, if nothing else, was really, really strong. The fact that I was genuinely hyped in... I think it was the second to last chapter, I want to say. I think so. When Kyora and Iraha faced each other in a code battle, and Kyora basically so basically what they had to do was a spoof on the introductory crossword that they had to do on the first day, where basically they had a line of crosswords. They had, various prompts for it, where they had to answer about themselves, but also spell their name in the answers somewhere. And Kyora did her... The spoof on it here was that they did it about each other rather than themselves. So Kyora finished hers first about Iraha, but then Iraha finished his and revealed that he'd encoded it to keep, the stuff that he'd observed about his friend safe. And so Kyora, realized, yeah, I've lost this one, gave Iraha her respect, and also gave him the respect of actually treating him like a friend and calling him Irorin. Which I have no idea how the Japanese pronounce properly, knowing their problems with R's and L's.
Mm-hmm.
So that was such a nice chapter. And then we got the final two of Iraha convincing Kagoe not to be the villain of the series, basically. Again, it was rushed, but honestly, as a 58 chapter series, I still think this is really good. It's one that I can honestly see myself going back to and rereading, which is not usual for these Axe series.
Mm-hmm.
I can't give it enough props in that respect. The art was also really, really good. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for what Yuji Iwasaki does next, because I thought their art was really, really good. Yeah, I really like Cipher Academy. I'm sad to see it go, but obviously, it got more chapters than most would. And if I compare it to other series that have ended around the same sort of chapter mark, I mean, you look at something like this is going back a ways now, but Siren, which got 150 odd chapters, it ended like dog shit.
That's what happens when it gets a series gets axed abruptly.
Yeah, I imagine Cipher Academy probably got more notice, but Sextuple P got a similar amount of chapters as Cipher Academy, if not, I think a bit more, and I think it ended more abruptly. Yeah, it got 70 chapters, and I think it did end far more abruptly.
Oof.
Again, whether that was because it got less notice, Cipher Academy got more notice because obviously the author is Nishio Isin, big name in the industry. I don't know, but it is what it is. Cipher Academy I thought was really good. Let's move on to something that I am not actually talking about which is a incredible rarity for this list. In fact, this may actually be only one of
like 2 or 3.
I think 2 series where I'm not 3 series where I'm not going to have anything to say. It is Dandadan.
I binged basically this entire manga over the course of like 3 days, so it's very good.
Welcome to my world.
It's very good. I know you gave it a try, but one of the earlier chapters was depressing, and you weren't up for it, so you dropped it.
It's a combination. It's a combination of, the subject material, certainly for some of the backstories of the spirits, was on the depressing side, and the comedy that's meant to lift you out of that just wasn't hitting for me.
I get that. I vibe with the comedy a lot better than I think you do.
Yeah, no, which is absolutely fair. That's just going to happen.
Yeah, comedy is like the most subjective thing.
Yeah,
but yes, this manga is genuinely incredible. The arcs the manga has gone through this year are pretty good, though I think the arc that was most of last year is probably the peak of the manga at this point, though it definitely has the potential to reach those highs again, and soon, depending on where the current arc goes from here. But yeah, it helps that they've been expanding the main ensemble of the cast, which gives the characters more to bounce off of one another, and you do gotta love the contrasting personalities and how they interact. It also helps that we've had a few more supporting characters sticking around and interacting with the rest of the cast as well, and contributing in their own fun little ways. The flashbacks continue to be some of the strongest stuff in the story. Like, each new main character flashback has been very good, with like maybe one possible exception, though that one's also like the briefest one by far. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here, and I wouldn't like try to force you to read it again if you don't feel up for it, but I do think it is worth giving a second chance if you ever do feel like doing so.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just so much good stuff in this, and they are at a point where we are getting some answers on some earlier mysteries, and we actually got a title drop in the manga recently. Which is still no idea what it means, but very curious to see where that thread goes. Also, something you might find interesting. One of the newer introduced characters, not a main character, but still a newer introduced character, is the Count of Saint-Germain.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that might get your attention.
What is it with Japan and the Count of Saint-Germain?
I don't know. However,
I feel like they pop up a lot.
Yeah, again, I don't know why Japan is fixated on this guy, but like at the same time, like I'm pretty sure he is pretty strongly linked to the occult.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, that might be fair.
He's like the Japanese probably see him like the same way we do with someone like, say, Aleister Crowley or someone like that. So like I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's just very funny how often he keeps cropping up. But yeah, no, I thought that might get your attention. Yeah, no, it's a fun, it's a good series. I'm very much enjoying my time with it, and I'm glad I actually took the dive and caught up on it.
Yeah,
because it is definitely worthwhile. But yeah, should probably move on to Series I'm not that familiar with.
It is probably the worst series that was axed this year, and certainly of the ones that I read, because it is Dear Anemone. I didn't even make it to the end with this one, and this one got 17 chapters. 17, Jesus. 18 chapters. It did not do well. It had an interesting concept. It was... Let me try and remember this now. I genuinely haven't thought about it a lot. Yeah, 17 chapters. And I made it to chapter 9. I made it to chapter 9 and I was just like, I don't care about this anymore. So basically, it was about, like, super evolved plants, I think, something like that. Let me see if I can... I'm going to see if I can find a summary that can help me here. Thank you, fucking High Seas Side of Choice. When Gaku lands on the Galapagos Islands, a paradise is the last thing he'll be expecting. With creatures undergoing horrific evolutions, only one rule still stands, the survival of the fittest. Yeah, it just wasn't very good. My god, somebody created a fandom wiki for it. Why? That's such a waste. Basically, you know, sort of the... almost sort of the plant-based, like, body horror stuff in Hell's Paradise was happening to people who went to the Galapagos. So they decided to send people in. I don't remember why or which people. I think it might have been a bunch of criminals.
I mean, Hell's Paradise, it was a bunch of criminals, but...
Yeah. Maybe. I don't remember. Honestly, I don't care to remember. The art style was very, very difficult to pass.
Oh, that's not good. That is very much not good.
It was very detailed, but in a bad way. It made, as I said, it just made it very, very hard to sort of keep up with everything that was going on.
That's not something you want in a visual medium.
No, not really. And basically, the main character, Gaku, just got a fucking flower stand almost. Like, obviously shaped like a woman, but made from a flower. And it basically acted like a stand. Yeah, as said, it was just very difficult to pass. The tone of it was quite dark and not in a particularly great way. There wasn't much levity to it from what I remember. So there wasn't much helping it on that front. And yeah, it just wasn't very good. As we've had quite a few under 20s deaths this year.
Oh yes, we'll have to go through a list.
I will. But yeah, this rightfully died in my opinion. That might be a little harsh, but I think it rightfully died. So let's move on to
something that you will enjoy talking about much more, I assume.
Dogsred. Caught up on this as well today. It's more of fucking Notoru Soda. Notoru Soda? Satoru Noda. Satoru Noda. Jesus.
You switched a couple letters there, Will.
Yep. Satoru Noda. It's more of Satoru Noda's bullshit.
There's worse awful bullshit.
Yeah. What I will say is it's felt quite disjointed. There was a pretty long arc at the start of the year, or part of a long arc of the first day of training for the Oinokami ice hockey team, which was just fucking full of Noda's bullshit. Absolutely full of it. Nice. Which was, pretty fun. And then it just sort of, like, there was never any sort of distinct progression, I would say. It sort of skipped through a few events and then came to the first match that the team was having, which was against basically like a group of it was like a delinquent school basically, where the point was for the first years to basically realize that in technical terms they were far better than these idiots, and they just had to use their technical ability basically to get around the delinquents' violence and brutality. What is interesting is, first the protagonist Ro is a glorious weirdo, as you'd expect from a Noda manga, but is actually starting to get better at hockey, which is quite nice to see. But he also has an admirer, Wakumi, I want to say. I can't names. I've not remembered a lot of names from this one. I think it's Wakumi, who is a 185 centimeter female speed skater who has gigantic quads.
Yes.
Like fucking huge. Like she wears like shorts under her skirt, and when she goes all out, in running, or she kicked one of the delinquents before the match, the fucking shorts tear because of how bulging her quads are.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes thus far. But I do like her, what we've seen of her. It's also clear that Noda made no attempt to design any of these characters to look like actual high schoolers.
Why would he?
I don't know, but they look basically the same as a lot of his characters from Golden Kamuy. Like, there is, Ogata, the guy voiced by Kenjiro Suda, I think.
Oh, yeah.
The sniper? Yeah, one of the goalkeepers is a fucking dead ringer for him. Dead ringer. Yeah, it's a wild series. It's not my favorite. As I said, it's just been a little bit too disjointed for my tastes, but part of that is just by the way I've been reading it, I'm sure. But yeah, it's butt fucking wild. If you like, Golden Kamuy, you'll probably get some kicks out of this as well. But we should probably move on to the next series, which is the Elusive Samurai.
Like, quite a lot happening this year.
Just a little bit, yeah. Just a little bit.
Moving from the most recent backwards, we have all the stuff with Sadamune, which has been fun.
Which has been really good, yeah. I loved when he and Tokiyuki were in the cave, and Tokiyuki was like, I think of you like another father, and Sadamune was like, don't try and kill me off like that!
None of that!
Every other person you've declared your family has fucking up and died! Don't pull that bullshit on me.
But yeah, it is very interesting that they show, like, he is getting older. He is starting to enter his twilight years, which does track with real life.
I mean, yeah, but going on the years and the chapter titles, I think Sanamune's still got about a decade left, maybe a little bit less.
I think it's like he has like 7 years or so.
Something like that, yeah. He's still got a
but
little bit left.
He's starting to enter his twilight years.
Yes.
Is the point they're getting at.
Most definitely, yeah. He's he's getting tired. He had that cold that he couldn't shake off. And he's just not up for fighting the type of war that Tokiyuki is putting him through.
Yeah, attrition wars generally don't work well for people who are ailing.
We also saw the demise of Akie this year, I believe, didn't we?
Yeah, Akie died in a chapter that came out this year.
And that fight against why am I forgetting his name? I've got so many names in my head between manga and anime.
Toki?
Not even. It wasn't Toki. It was God.
Oh, Takauji?
Takauji, that's it. Yeah, Takauji. Yeah, that fight against Takauji was Jesus. Like Tokiyuki came damn close. Tokiyuki sent him running.
He did. Like, unfortunately, it wasn't enough to turn the tide of the battle. It
wasn't, but it was certainly an interesting one. It was another example of Matsui taking advantage of history. That was obviously a battle where Takauji didn't show up, but his forces weirdly rallied. So,
Yeah.
Matsui was like, okay, then let's have Takauji show up.
It wouldn't be the first or last time that artistic liberties were taken.
No. But he's, for the time being, he is still working within the bounds of the history, and it'll be interesting to see how long that continues. We also got the battle on the ships, and some of the funniest stuff in the recent memory for the manga, because Tokiyuki...
That's a hell of a proposal right there.
Tokiyuki declaring that he would marry Mima, like, genuinely fucking...
All the reactions were hilarious.
Shizuku was, like, so distraught at that she actually came back from the brink of death to...
She literally gave up her ascension to divinity to come back down and say, no! No!
Oh, God, that was so fucking great.
Yeah. Mima went through quite a bit in the chapters leading up to that, though.
Let's be honest, that was jump shorthand for rape.
I don't think it is meant to go that far, but it's still very clearly assault.
Yeah, it's not good.
And yeah, no, Takauji is a very gross person.
Takauji is a gross person and a monster.
Yes. But yeah, now Mima is more or less formally part of the group, and Shizuku is not particularly happy about it, but she's coping.
She's putting up with it for now.
I mean, I believe it was mentioned earlier in the manga that as much as both Shizuku and Ayako like Tokiyuki, they wouldn't be like suitable
they'd be
court-wise to be.
They'd be consorts if they did end up with Tokiyuki, which we're getting to a point where that's gonna start happening because Tokiyuki is 15 now.
Yep, they're all steadily approaching adulthood.
I mean, May be considered an adult at this point.
The standards of their time, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I love Kojiro's brother teasing him over his obvious crush on Sheena.
Yeah, I mean, who can blame him?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. I understand, Kojiro. I understand.
We got another appearance of Kono Morofuyu, aka Fubuki.
Yep.
And Tokiyuki really took him to his limit, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot going on with that. I do wonder if / when Tokiyuki will be able to get through to him. Because I don't know how the history works on that, and I don't know if this is going to be a point where finally decides to change the history.
So we are in 1340 right now. The historical Kono Morofuyu died in 1351. He was defeated by Uesugi Noriaki and committed seppuku.
When did the historical Tokiyuki die again?
1353.
I'm very curious as to what will happen when we get to that point.
I mean, the point is, we are basically... Certainly... Look, I can only go off Wikipedia pages, because there's not a lot of information about this time period. I wish there was. I've looked for books about it. There just isn't that much. Especially, if there is, it's all focused on Takauji and the Ashikaga. That said, I have bought and downloaded a book, if I just go and find it on Kindle, that appears to be a translation of an essay or piece of work from a guy called Takumasa Mizuno, called The Young Shogun of Running Away, a commentary. So it is basically a looking at the, I think it's because I've read the introduction thus far, and it basically said I've not read the manga, but I'm going to talk about, the real life history of it. So yeah. But in terms of what I can see on the Wikipedia page, we are at the tail end of Tokiyuki's entry, because
there's really not much else to his known history.
The final paragraph is, shortly after his defeat to Takauji, Tokiyuki asked to be pardoned by Emperor Go-Daigo and formally entered into the service of the Southern Court, then rival of Ashikaga Shogunate and Northern Court, fighting under the command of Kita Batake Akie, and later Prince Muninaga, who is the prince that they've been, hanging out with in the last few chapters. But obviously this is 1340. The Wikipedia article then jumps to, he also aided in the 1352 recapture of Kamakura, led by Nita Yoshioki.
Which is a decade out from here.
And that's basically the run-up to him dying. I don't know if Nita Yoshioki is the Nita we've been hanging around with, or another one.
I don't remember. I do find it funny that one Nita dude, when he dies, him and his men's bodies form a big old question mark.
Yeah. He was a fucking wild dude. His death in real life was as wild as that as well, because Nita's death was as remarkable as his life. While Nita was fighting in the siege of Kurumaru against Hosokawa Akiyuji, an ally of Takeuchi, his horse was felled by arrow fire. Nita, pinned under the dead horse and unable to move, was an easy target for archers. As a final act, Nita is supposed to have drawn his short sword and cut off his own head.
What the hell?
Like...
That is wild.
So, again, you know, Matsui is taking artistic license with how Yoshisada actually died, but it's still fucking wild. Still
honestly, I think he
didn't
go with it because it would have felt weirder to go with a real life one.
Yeah. But yeah, that sure was a hell of a chapter or two when that happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of stuff happened. Oh, that one beady-eyed dude finally died.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the weirdest character deaths in the series.
That family is one of the weirdest ones in this fucking series to begin with, which is saying something. Because this entire series is weird. We see his son in the
new chapter just, like, carrying a bunch of definitely not body parts to put in his freezer for later. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Still a good series, but yeah.
No, great series. I'm just checking something. So, obviously, Toki Yorito has arrived at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1340. The real-life Toki Yorito died 1342.
Interesting.
So, again, we will see... we'll see how far Matsui is going to stick to, you know, recorded history.
At this point, it's a game of chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, Sadamune died 1350.
Yeah, so he's got a whole last decade ahead of him. Damn.
I mean,
he's what, like, late 40s, early 50s at this point?
Estimated to be about 45.
Okay, so yeah, he's middle-aged at this point,
yeah,
so...
45, 46, yeah. But, you know, to be fair, he's also had the stress of, you know,
both battle and, administration.
Administration of a, you know, place that, you know, very much was not a fan of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would not imagine that's particularly non-stressful.
But we should probably move on. Elusive Samurai, still a good series. Still a very good series. Really looking forward to getting more of it and getting more of these big moments. Whenever Tokiyuki gets to do something great, it's always enjoyable. Let's move on to another act series. It is Green Greens.
Rip.
Yeah, I enjoyed this one. Not massively surprised it died. Didn't do especially well, and sort of the writing did feel on the wall. How many chapters did it get in the end? I think a fair amount, actually. Certainly over 20. Where is Green Greens?
An excellent question.
Where is it? Because it started basically near the end of last year. 26 chapters, so not, you know, a terrible amount. It was a pretty decent golf-focused series. I liked the chemistry between the two leads. I thought that was well done. And was a good good example of the two sort of even though there was a large differential in their abilities, I thought it was well done. It was a well done example of each of them pushing each other to keep moving forward, basically. It wasn't a spectacular example of a sports series, but it was certainly better than I'd say it was better than I mean, it was better than Do Retry for sure. Do Retry was not good. Haven't been that many. Oh, it was better than. I mean, there wasn't much worse than Nine Dragons' Ball Parade. But between, so you've got that. You've got Nine Dragons' Ball Parade in 2021. I don't think there were. I don't think there were any that started in 2022. Yeah, Do Retry from last year that wasn't great. Martial Master Asumi, who died. Green Greens, 2 on Ice, and then Blue Box. Blue Box is really the only sports series that's managed to survive, which is unfortunate.
Unfortunate consequence of,
the high standards
the magazine.
Shonen Jump, yeah. As frustrating as that is.
Can't be helped.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked it. It's another one I can't go too much into detail on. It died back in fucking June. Was one I enjoyed, but obviously the Japanese audience didn't agree with me, or the fucking Shonen Jump editors didn't agree with me.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the Japanese fandom and the Shonen Jump editorial are not necessarily 100% aligned on all things.
No. I mean, we've seen series where the Japanese audience seem to really like the series, and then it's still got next. Poor Phantom Seer. You were too good for this world.
What a damn shame.
Let's move on to something that is doing a whole lot better, because it is... The guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all.
This series is so fucking good.
I'm so frustrated there wasn't a chapter today.
I am too! The bluest of balls, damn it!
You mean the greenest of balls?
Yes, that too. But still,
apparently there's an announcement coming on Christmas Eve for it.
Oh.
So we will.
Yes, the ho was on purpose.
We'll see what happens there. Whether that's going to be, whether it comes out as part of a chapter or if it's just an announcement. But yeah, I mean, I'm fairly sure. When did I start reading this? I don't remember. By the way, I started reading this. I think it might have been this year. It was either this year or late last year, because I was definitely in my current flat when I did it.
I binged this earlier this year, and it's I very much enjoyed my binging.
Yeah, no, it's a really, really good series. My one complaint about it is that it's just so fucking short form. Fucking 4-page chapters is just not enough. I need more.
Yes, yes, I need more.
Like especially after a chapter like fucking the one we got last week of Oh, I hate not remembering names.
Too many names.
Too many names in my head.
Your skull runneth over.
Thank God, I just had to type the guy into Wikipedia and it was the second entry. Mitsuki, that's it. Mitsuki.
Mitsuki and Aya. Yeah.
Mitsuki showing up at the prom.
Also, I gotta love what's his face pitching it to the prom to the principal. Just like going all in on yes, the springtime of our youths and all that.
Yeah. Which was, basically a fucking it was essentially his cry for help, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
For these two idiot lesbians not getting together.
Yep.
Oh yes,
I need these two to hook up, damn it.
She was just so sick of Aya fucking moping about. Also, it was January this year because I saw a tweet of Mitsuki in full suit and just went, "Oh, okay, yeah, I gotta read this now."
Yeah, no, she looks great in that. She rocks most androgynous and boyish outfits.
Yeah. I mean...
Oh yeah, I tried to get a physical copy of this when it was coming out in English earlier this year. I wasn't able to get... it was supposed to come out in like October or something.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to get a copy until early December.
Also, if I had a nickel for every time I started a series because one of the characters was an androgynously dressed woman this year, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Alright, what's the other culprit? Or are we transitioning over to that, or are we still on this?
No, we're a ways off for that one.
Okay. But yeah, this one's still very good. I am hoping so much that we finally get the confession soon, because like it feels like it's been building up to it, and I need it in my bones.
And the fact is, I think the series is starting to get really popular. Fucking Apple Music and Spotify released a playlist for it when the first volume came out.
That's awesome. I should look into that. Yeah, honestly, like, I would say this should get an anime, but I don't know if there's enough material for an anime, and also the music licensing alone would be expensive as fuck.
I still want a fucking anime for it.
I do too, but like, we'd run into the JoJo situation, but worse.
Yeah, probably. Because
music licensing is absolutely awful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, still a great series. Love the characters, and I am just like fingers crossed, hoping that we finally get the main couple together soon. Because yeah,
I mean, I would also like to, shout out the artwork. The artwork is really fucking good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the character writing is also excellent.
I mean, yes, the character writing is very good, of course. I mean, the fact is, it's not just, Aya and Mitsuki's story that we're watching. We've also got fucking,
Joe and Kana as well, yeah.
Joe and Kana as well, which is a fucking mess.
Oh,
yeah. A gigantic fucking mess.
God. I do wonder what the hell's gonna be happening there. I do love Mitsuki just, like, being like, Joe... Just get over your bullshit, go talk to her, do your cliched airport run thing.
Go tell her how you actually feel, you fucking idiot. Get out of the car. I was a bit hypocritical there, wasn't I? Yeah, yep. I should probably go and handle that as well. Great. Damn it, you had to have that realization now, brain!
That's how you know they're related.
Yeah. I also love that Mitsuki had, I think it was like a bouquet for the, like, music event she was going to. She handed it to Joe and then was like, right, I needed that. I don't know what to do about that now. Yeah, no, this is a really, really good series. Because it is, you know, four pages a chapter, it's also a really easy one to get caught up on.
It's just unfortunately that also means it's the progress is kind of slow.
Yeah. I mean, what?
That's the price I'm willing to pay for that goodness.
Yeah. What chapter are we on right now?
I think we passed 100 just recently.
Yeah, 113. So, if we say the most, you know, typical weekly series have, what, 20 pages-ish?
Yeah.
20 to 22. We'll stick to 20 for ease. Actually, yeah, ease. So, we divide...
5 by 5.
So, about 22 and a half regular chapters at the moment.
Damn.
And
doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't. It feels like it's packed, you know, at least twice that amount of story into the plot without it feeling, you know, rushed.
Overstuffed.
Rushed, overstuffed, whatever. So, you know, 100% give it credit for that. But we should probably move on to our next series, which, I'm going to be honest, is next on the chopping block. It is Hakutaku.
Rip.
It's about game development, and it doesn't show very much game development.
That's always a good sign.
It's really not. I know you were being sarcastic, but I have to make that clear. It's not a good sign. Also, what gender would you say the two main characters on that first cover are?
A guy and a girl?
Okay, which one's the guy and which one's the girl?
Blue hair is the guy, white hair is the girl.
I did not know the white hair was a girl for at least like a chapter and a half.
Jeez. Can't blame you, but jeez.
It was not made clear. It was only when the blue-haired boy Hikama used pronouns that I realized Noda was a girl. But yeah, the basic premise is that Nodo is very passionate about game creation and game development, but is unable to make them fun, whereas Hikama knows nothing about game development, but is very good at creating fun games in his head, basically, out of everyday stuff. So Nodo decides to team up with him, where, you know, he'll come up with the concept for the games, and she'll, you know, actually make it happen. They team up with a programmer called Seo, who has some trauma in his past because his brother was also a games programmer, but never got anywhere and eventually died.
Unfortunate.
Which turned Seo away from game development until these two idiots got involved. And now they're developing, or they are... what they're doing is they are sort of improving a game they've already made for a competition, and they happen to be scouting, because their specialty seems to be like fucking AR, artificial reality games, augmented reality games. Yeah. So they were out basically scouting the area where the game would be set. As it turns out, members of a big game development company happened to be there at the same time. So Noto and Seo split up to basically try and market their game to them, while Hikuma went to the loo and happened to meet this fucking super amazing developer. So we'll see what happens there. I don't think this... I mean, this was... Today was chapter 14, I want to say. I'm on chapter 2 for Hakutaku. Yeah, chapter 14. Oh, no, whatever. Yeah, chapter 14. I say see this getting maybe 10 more chapters at most. Depends how harsh Shonen Jump are willing to be, and if they've got anything, lined up to replace it.
I feel like they might be a bit more lenient with series until they can until they get their feet back under them after losing 2 of their 10 polls.
You say that, but
or they might take the opposite approach. Who knows?
Let me just check one thing before I make my statement on that. Where is it? Where's the series I'm looking for? So yeah, of the last 4 series to be axed, only one of them was over 20 chapters.
Jesus Christ.
And it was 21 chapters. I don't think Shonen Jump is going to be kinder. Just because they've lost Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero. I think they're going to be even harsher. Which spells disaster for Hakutaku, to be brutally honest.
Oh, yeah. No, this one ain't gonna last. What you've been saying.
It has not had a volume out yet. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, it hasn't had a volume out yet, so we'll see on that front. The most recent new series that has gotten a volume is currently still going is Hima-Ten. Which... How well did Hima-Ten do? Not amazingly, only about 15,000 copies. Though, apparently that was because they didn't print enough copies for it. So they sold out. So it might actually... In general, it might have done better than the actual numbers said it has. We'll see on that front. But speaking of Hima-Ten, that is up next. Hima-Ten. So... You remember Nisekoi, Jack?
God, don't remind me.
This is modern Nisekoi, but good. I say having not read or watched Nisekoi, but from what I've seen from people who have, this is better Nisekoi thus far.
Oh, that's good.
So it is a, harem rom-com series, but the characters are actually likable. All of the characters are likable thus far.
That's good.
So...
Is it looking likely to survive then?
I don't know. As I said, the first volume only sold about 15,000, but apparently they didn't print enough for it. So what that means, I don't know. Let me just get Jarjan Ken up so I can check how it's been doing in the table of contents. Recent issue. Hima-Ten Hima-Ten. It's been on the lower end the last few volumes. Not quite in the bottom tiers, but not amazingly either. I say... Haru? Oh.
What's going on?
I don't know. Okay, that might not be... Is it? I don't fucking know. Either way, I'm hopeful it'll survive. It's been fairly... It's been one of those that's been relatively self-assured in how it's going about things, which is generally a good sign. And like I said, I think the writing for the characters has been pretty good thus far. So we've got the main male character, Tenichi Iemori, who is high schooler who works part-time as a house cleaner to provide for his family. He gets hired as a house cleaner for Himari Yoshino, who is a girl who transfers to his school, but is also basically a popular model and influencer who runs her own, basically, makeup line.
Neat.
So, but she is, obviously all dolled up and pretty and, personable at school, but at home is more of a slob and doesn't know how to, take care of her own apartment. Which is why she got Iemori in. Also, there is, in the same year, they've got Honoka Kanai, who is, who basically, Iemori has a crush on her, she has a crush on him, but they're too, teenager to spit it out to each other.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yoshino is doing her best to, help them through it, and be a supportive friend for Iemori. But again, they're idiots. Not to mention, she's starting to catch feelings for him as well, which is not helpful in that sense.
Oh yeah, that's always a recipe for success.
And then you've got Kana Aizawa, who is a model who I believe is a year younger than the other three, but belongs to the same agency as Himari, and very obviously catches feelings for Iemori, to the point where Himari completely notices that has happened.
Oh no.
The reason why I say this is a well-written manga is because I feel I can support all three girls, but also not be disappointed when, Himari inevitably wins. Because her fucking name is in the title of the manga.
Hey, you never know, they might pull a fast one.
They might.
I'm just fucking kidding.
They might. I doubt they will. It would be fascinating to see if they did.
Absolutely.
It would be a real fucking, departure from the normal, normal take on this. So I certainly wouldn't be disappointed. But, I like all three of the girls that are currently, fucking... They're not even competing, that's the thing. They're not, they're not being bitchy with each other. Himari is trying to help Honoka.
Yep.
Thus far. We'll see on that front how long that lasts. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this. I mean, it's funny. in the fucking Reddit threads for the chapters, it's so funny whenever, you know, Himari and Iamori have a moment, because you've got the fucking Honoka fans going, I really want him to end up with Honoka, but god, the chemistry he and Himari have. God damn it, I can't deny that.
I mean, everyone involved has two hands.
You think Shonen Jump's gonna allow that?
No, because they're fucking cowards, but I can still say it.
Yeah.
They don't have tape that can go over my mouth.
You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but obviously we are potentially a ways off from this, because I don't know how long the series is going to last, but I wouldn't be against a We Never Learn ending.
Oh, the whole, the routes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against it in this case.
That's what happens when you write a bunch of relationships really fucking well.
Yeah. But, yeah, let's move on to another new high-riser, probably the new high-riser. It is Ichi the Witch.
AKA this year's Kagurabachi.
So, the writer for this series is Osamu Nishi, the author of Iruma-kun. And the artist is Shiro Usasaki, who was the artist for Act Age.
Which was tragically axed.
Tragically axed due to, you know...
on the part of the writer, yes.
A fuckboy, yes. This has been one of the best starts to a Shonen Jump manga I've seen for a while.
Yeah. Honestly, it reminds me of a much better executed version of Red Hood.
Yes. No, I would agree. Because Red Hood never seemed confident in itself.
Red Hood also jumped a bit too quickly into a tournament arc and introduced a fuck ton of characters way too fast.
Well, that was because...
This feels like a much more...
Yeah, that was because it wasn't confident in itself. Because that is one of the main strategies Jump manga jump to when they know they're not doing well. Introduce new characters and hope one of them gets popular.
Yep.
Ichi the Witch has not really done that. It's introduced characters, yes, but in a natural way.
Yes. It doesn't hurt that while it has introduced a lot of them, it's like... It feels like... how to put it? It feels like they bounce off each other well, and are not, like, being forced to forge all new connections from the moment they're introduced. There's already established relationships there.
They've been introduced naturally, and they have chemistry with each other. Like, Komugi has joined the gang and just fits in perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's fun. She's very fun.
I love Kageki. We had fucking
the Ice Lady.
Toge Ice, whatever. You know, who we got introduced to her true personality through flashbacks to her and Descaras, who I fucking adore.
Descaras is such a hilarious asshole. I love her.
I love her. I love the main trio in general because it's so insane. It is such a feral
all
trio.
Unhinged in different ways.
They're
actually
so
no.
insane.
We have two unhinged people and one person who's trying to deal with all that.
Two unhinged people and one evil person who's like trying to be evil while trapped inside another.
Yes, poor Komugi has so much to deal with.
Yeah. And obviously, you know, this is... The writing from Nishi is so strong, and the art is just so spectacular.
Oh, her expression game is on fucking...
I mean, I'm falling in love with Ichi every time I see him in a new fucking outfit.
Oh, yeah, no, the outfits are great, but, like, the art is...
I mean, I'm falling in love with Ichi every time I see him in a new fucking outfit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, the outfits are great, but, like, the art is... I just want to give a special shout out to all the different art ways the characters are so expressive and hilarious.
Descartes especially.
Yes. Honestly, if when this gets an anime, they have to get someone who specializes in asshole gremlin voices to voice her. So my money's probably on AoAshi. Come on, you know Mama would do great.
No, she absolutely would. I'm more trying to think if there's been a video comic released on the Shonen Jump YouTube channel yet.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. I think the series is too new for that.
I mean, can't hurt to check. Because I think Hakutaku has gotten one. Shinobi Undercover has gotten one. So it'd be weird to me if Ichi didn't.
But yeah, I do imagine that this series is going to last for quite a while if it's had degrees anything to go by.
Well, this is another one of those where I think, even if it wasn't doing well, which obviously it seems to be thus far, that I don't think they'd risk... They will have, they probably will have had to put in a lot of work and a lot of probably money to get Nishi in. When...
Yeah, I mean, Nishi already has her own ongoing comic.
Yeah. A long runner at that.
Yeah, we will get to that one in a bit.
We'll get to that one at the end. So, I think this is definitely another case where they are going to they're going to hold back and they're going to, support the series, essentially.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they have done a voice comic for it yet.
That's wild.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Because they have, I'm fairly sure they have Shinobi Undercover and Hakutaku. I think they have. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, they have. So, wild. Maybe they're waiting and trying to get the best voice actors they can for it. I don't know.
That might be it might be a case of availability, yeah. You never know.
Yeah. Because I know they did one for Shinobi Undercover because they got Murase in it. And obviously, I fucking jump on anything Murase is in.
Simp.
Yeah, no, Ichi the Witch.
I kid.
It's not untrue. Ichi the Witch is really, really good. It's quickly become one of my favorite series to read each week.
Yeah, it's really good. I literally caught up on it earlier today, and it's good.
But yeah, let's move on. So, from a series that has just started to a series that has recently ended, it is, of course, Jujutsu Kaisen. So, this year was basically Sukuna Kaisen.
Yes, yeah, no, late last year was the end of Sukuna versus Gojo, and then we had the Idiot Survivor bit, and then we jumped straight into Sukuna Kaisen after that.
So, the first chapter after our last stream was 247. Can't Come on, Viz website. Let me scroll, you stupid bastard. Why are you being a bitch? There we go. Yeah, 247. Which, if we just scroll down here, was... So that was... fucking... Names are not doing me good today. Lawyer dude.
Oh, Higuruma.
Higuruma versus Sukuna.
Which was also very good.
I mean, the fights in general were good. It was just putting them all together, which was basically Sukuna winning a bunch of times in a row, and not seeming to, you know, struggle that much.
Yes. To overcome this, Sukuna made a binding vow. And to overcome this, Sukuna simply ignored it and moved on. Etc., etc.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the point of it was to be like a raid battle where it was just like grinding down the opponents.
Yeah.
But like, still.
And look, I know people have issues with it, but one of my favorite moments was Nobara coming back. I don't care.
Nobara coming back was really good.
I don't care that it was at the end and there wasn't much build up to it. I'm just happy it happened, okay?
I can agree with that 100%.
Especially considering, you know, I've been fucking hyping up the fact that Nobara could be, you know, Sukuna's fucking mortal enemy with her ability all this time, and I was fucking proven right about it.
That good old Captain Holt's vindication.pdf.
Yeah.
Or .gif.
Yeah. Just so happy about that. And obviously, you know, we had the stuff. We had the stuff with Yuta fucking body hopping into Gojo's corpse.
I really wish that there was more focus on that happening, because it felt... Yeah, it felt like it was a bit much.
Yeah. It felt like there should have been way more build up to it.
And more consequences, too.
And more consequences, because, yeah, he just ended up back in his body by the end, didn't he?
Yeah. And in that case, like, why even bother with it?
Probably because Akutami wanted to kill Gojo off one more time.
God, Akutami's hatred for Gojo is hilarious.
What? One more death for the road. I mean, that's the insane thing. As much as Sukuna was literally slicing these people into pieces, not that many of them died.
Yeah, no, he only killed, what was it? Gojo, Choso, and, what's his face?
Fucking suicide attack McGee. Cosmo, yeah.
Yeah, Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah. Those are the only ones he actually killed. Everyone else made it out. Which is insane.
And hilarious.
Yeah. Look, I think that fight ended about as well as it could have done. Like, I have no problems with the end of the fight.
Yeah. It just did feel quite dragged out for a while.
It felt dragged out. I would be interested to read it again.
Just binge format?
Because obviously there is some fights and some arcs that just don't do well in the weekly format. Especially considering Akutami was taking breaks throughout as well. Which, you know, absolutely agree with. I do not want Akutami to sacrifice their health just for my enjoyment.
Yeah, no. Let mangaka breathe, damn it.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm fairly sure that Akutami's health was a major reason for why the last third of the manga was a lot more rushed. Because I mean, especially I would say, again, I need to reread it, but I would argue the point where you can see the pacing of the series picked up was after Akutami took the big hiatus after Maki took apart the Zenin clan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, likely Akutami took that as a sign of, I cannot, I have to finish this as soon as, maybe not as soon as I can, because they probably could have ended a lot quicker, but I have to speed things up here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not gonna hold out long enough if I don't.
Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot I wish that Akutami did with the series that likely were never going to happen by the point they got through the Chibi incident. Like, it would have had to have been done before the Chibi incident even was kicked off.
Yeah.
But yeah, didn't quite stick the landing the way one might hope. But it still managed to do a relatively decent job at sticking the landing.
I mean, that's the thing. The ending was not bad. It wasn't amazing.
It was not.
It was probably on the edge of good. But it wasn't bad. It was, it was a fairly, what's the word that I want to use that doesn't sound too insulting? It was a safe ending.
Yes.
It didn't rock the boat at all. It didn't try anything. It was just an ending. Which, to be honest, in the scope of shonen endings, is not the worst thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen far, far worse endings. And overall, as much as, we have criticisms for the final arc and the last, and then the ending and all that, it still only took, Jujutsu Kaisen from an old-timer series to just a very good series. And while that is obviously disappointing considering the, promise that the manga had, I'm still willing to take that.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad way to end the series. It's just that there was a lot that could have been done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, still pretty good, and I am not overall too broken up about the ending.
No. Like I said, it could have been so much worse. I mean, we'll get to an ending that was a lot worse later down the line.
Mm-hmm.
You have fun talking about that one. And I'm not even talking about the one that I'm sure, people would think. I'm not talking about the Shonen Jump ending that's coming up. But we're still a ways away from that. We should probably also try and pick up the pace a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, I know we have a few deceased ones that you can talk about.
Yeah, there's a trio coming up in a few that I'll probably be able to rush through. But this one I don't particularly want to rush through too much because it is Kageki Shojo. 1 volume for this year. 1 volume.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. I do have the next one pre-ordered, and it'll be coming to me in the new year. So basically, the girls are in 2nd year now, and they are performing a modern retelling of Orpheus and Eurydice.
Nice.
And I has basically been maybe not coerced, but has been made to think about the potential of being a what are the name? A tokuyasu rather than a musume-yaku. So an actress playing male roles rather than female roles. So she is playing Orpheus, as Sarasa is. So they're not together. Sarasa is with Chiaki and Ai is with Chika, I think. I think that's the name of the other twin. And Sarasa in particular was criticized for her and Chiaki not being in sync during their performance. So for the next basically test, they're in teams of 4 rather than 2. Ai and Sarasa are back together with Chiaki and Sawa. They're getting ready for it. They have a guest lecture from the spring lead performer Asahina Ryu. And yeah, they're struggling with that. And then the volume ends with Sawa being shocked by the fact that Asahina Ryu has actually retired. So there'll be a new spring lead performer. What's also interesting in this volume is the side story, because it continues on from volume 9, following a character called Shiori, who is Kozaburo's wife, if you remember that. And is actually Sarasa's half-sister, I believe.
Huh.
And basically, Shiori sees Sarasa get told she'll never be Sugiroku, and that Sarasa, pretty quickly switched her dreams to being Oscar in Koka, and gets inspired. So Shiori starts her own design company, convinces Sarasa's granddad to partner with her company to let Sarasa basically have the funds available to attend Koka and follow her dreams. It's really, really interesting getting to see this, getting to see the background stuff, because obviously this is not stuff Sarasa is aware of. Sarasa has no idea about this stuff.
Nope.
So it's really interesting getting to see, what's going on behind the scenes in terms of Sarasa's family stuff. But yeah, Kageki Shojo continues to be good. Looking forward to the next volume. But let's move on to the samurai sensation sweeping the nation. It is Kagurabachi. Oh my god.
What is up, my Bachi bros?
This may have had the best year of any manga in the magazine.
I need to read this at some point.
You really do.
Yeah, I keep seeing people ranting and raving about it, and I'm like, I'll get around to it at some point, eventually.
So when we discussed the first, when we discussed it last year, or when I discussed it last year, there wasn't much out at the time, because check. It started September 2023. So I'd have to go more in depth, and I don't really care that much. There wasn't a huge amount of chapters out. Since then, I believe we have gotten, because if it started in September 2023, 4 chapters a week ish. even, you know, saying it started at the start of September, that's what, max of 16 chapters, 15? So yeah, not a huge amount there. What we got after that was Chihiro versus Sojo, who was the first villain, and was a fight between enchanted blades, because Chihiro has his Enten, and Sojo had Cloud Gouger or Kunagumo. The Viz translation very often interchanges those. But it wasn't just, you know, a fight between enchanted blades, it was a fight between perceptions on Chihiro's dad, the creator of the enchanted blades. And was the start of a run of people who seemed very, very in love with Chihiro's father. Weirdly in love with him. Which left Chihiro very, very confused. After that, after the Sojo arc, though, we go into the Rakuzaichi arc. The Rakuzaichi being basically an annual auction of black market artifacts and weapons. And we get introduced to the villain of the arc, Kyora Sazanami, who's the head of the clan that runs this auction and is the lead auctioneer. And he is like, oh, what's the trope called? The Terminator? He will not let the Rakuzaichi stop. It will proceed.
God damn.
Which is now a meme in the fandom. To the point...
I'm shocked.
To the point where he basically... So basically what happens is... Kyora puts up for auction one of the enchanted blades, the Shinuchi, which is said to be the most dangerous of the enchanted blades.
Isn't it like a nuke, basically?
They're all
sword
nukes!
Form?
They're all nukes!
Yeah,
the
what
Shinuchi
was that?
is the worst!
What was that meme summary of the series? Oppenheimer's son that goes to retrieve 6 nukes while wielding the secret 7th nuke?
Basically, yes! It's a remarkably more accurate summary than you think. To put it this way, another of the enchanted blades is wielded by a guy called Samura, the Tobimune. He is wielding, or he is using one of its abilities, Owl, to literally watch over the entirety of Japan. And you want to know how that manifests? A giant fucking owl eye in the sky!
Dope.
Like, every time we see more of these abilities from the enchanted blades, the more we start to wonder, what the fuck were they fighting in the war? Because they were fighting something! They were fighting something that they needed the equivalent of 7 nukes to fight against.
Yeah, that's pretty terrifying to contemplate, honestly.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. At some point, we're gonna get a flashback to that, and it's gonna be awful.
No, you mean it's gonna be a great time. It's just gonna be, like, nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be great to read it, but it's, like... everyone who took part in it, Samura, Shiba, Kunishige to a certain extent, is like, no, we did some fucked up shit back then. With these blades. We fucked some shit up in a bad way we can never, like, make up for kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
Samura in particular has basically decided, I'm gonna kill everyone who wielded one of the enchanted blades in the war, because we don't deserve to live. Like we were fucked up. Yeah, it's sure. But yeah, so the Rakuzaichi arc. So it also introduced Hakuri, who was a member of the Sazanami clan, was one of the sons of Kyora, but was basically seen as a weakling and a failure. Which was sort of a cycle of abuse type thing, where because his family treated him like shit and told him he was useless, he felt useless and therefore was useless. And it was only when he got away from them and started hanging around with Chihiro, who they are very close, let's say. Put it this way, Samura is blind, and when he first met Hakuri, he was like, why is this guy drenched in Chihiro's scent? I'm not.
That place set the shippers off.
Yeah. Basically, there's two like main ships for Chihiro. There's Hakuri, and then there's Hiyuki, who is a woman, and is a member of the like government force, and is basically one of if not the strongest fighter in the government force. Stated to be one of the few people who can actually oppose an enchanted blade. That's because she uses something called the Flame Bone of the Starving, which summons a giant fucking skeleton or parts of it.
That sounds rad.
It is rad. Hiyuki is fucking rad. She is feral and busted, and I love her. But even, as I said, those are the two main ships for Chihiro. After that chapter where Samura was like, why is Hakuri drenched in Chihiro's scent? Even the Hiyuki ship was like, yeah, I don't know how much chance we've got here. I don't know if we've got a huge amount of chance here. That's pretty telling, damn it.
It really depends on how cowardly his Shonen Jump editorial winds up being.
We'll see. This might be popular enough to pull it off, I don't know. There's been a lot of gay implications as it is. As I said, there's been a lot of people obsessed with Chihiro's father.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where, when it was revealed that Samura had been married and has a kid, people were like, "Wow, the only confirmed straight character in Kagurabachi." And he's and he's a villain now.
No. Doesn't mean that just because he had a wife doesn't mean he's straight.
That's a good point. Yeah. He had sex with a woman. That's still the only confirmed one thus far. Other than maybe Kyora, but yeah, it's just so funny. Yeah, no, the Fujoshis have taken to Kagurabachi with a passion, and I'm so glad, because it, probably helped things.
Yep.
Yeah, no, this series is so good. It's fast-paced, but in a way that works, and fits with the characters. The fights are spectacular. Like, genuinely. Like, some of the best fights I think I've seen in a Shonen Jump manga. And managed to have, like, two of the fucking coldest lines I've seen in fiction for a while. I'm not gonna spoil them because I want you to read them first, but they are so
I appreciate that.
Put it this way, Hokuzono, the author, has said he was inspired by John Wick. That was one of the things he was inspired by.
Nice, that's nice.
He's a fan of Western movies, especially Quentin Tarantino and John Wick movies. Along with Tarantino, the author is also a fan of directors Christopher Nolan and David Fincher.
Stop. I can only get so wrecked.
Yeah, like... genuinely, it's gonna be the next big hit. It's guaranteed to. I absolutely guarantee it.
I mean, it's already on track to be a big hit.
It's already fucking 2 weeks of the newest volume, 115,000 copies. It's outselling anything that's not One Piece, My Hero, and Jujutsu Kaisen at this point.
Like, I don't think it's going to replace either of those two series, at least not immediately, but it might fill that void eventually.
Put it this way, Sakamoto Days, which, has long been considered, basically, the next big thing sort of thing. It's last week, for its most recent volume, it had sold 107,000 copies. Kagurabachi's beat it in 2 weeks. That is not to put down Sakamoto Days in any way. I want to make that clear. I'm just saying that is how well Kagurabachi is doing right now. But yeah, I implore you to read it, Jack. I think you'll really love it as well. Because it is very, very good, and it is probably up your alley. But yes, enough of me fucking gushing about Kagurabachi. We've got to move on to Kaiju number 8. I get a break and can drink some more water.
Yeah, this set of chapters has been mostly just the big final clash against Kaiju number 11, and they finally beat him. Woohoo! With the power of teamwork between Kafka and all his friends, but especially Mina. And their teamwork's great. They beat Kaiju number 11, and why do I hear boss music? Because as it turns out, Kaiju number 11 was host, I guess, to some sort of eldritch abomination type thing that's basically the source of the kaiju in general.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, and everyone starts getting bodied, especially Kafka, who gets impaled, as one does.
I'll be fine, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, he got impaled through the core.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Don't worry, he gets a bit of a vision thing that reveals to him the origin of his kaiju power.
Okay.
Which I will not spoil for you. Because it is actually pretty interesting.
I appreciate it.
I also won't tell you what happened in the most recent couple chapters as well, because that's also really interesting stuff.
I'll try and catch up to Kaiju number 8 at some point.
I will say this: reading it as it comes out is agonizing. Binging it is fucking incredible.
Okay.
This series thrives on the binge formats, more so than a lot of other manga. Just because of
Yeah.
how it's very much an action-heavy series. So, especially with this current arc, which is even more action-heavy than a lot of previous ones, says a lot. But it's really good stuff.
So I don't think I actually got introduced to Kaiju number 11, because the last chapter I read was 62.
You watched the anime. Oh, Kaiju number 9. My bad.
Oh, Kaiju number 9, okay.
I was brain farting real hard. I don't know what. Oh, because he stopped. He started actually being like super hardcore plot relevant after number 10.
Right. Okay.
I don't know why I forgot he was number 9, not number 11.
I know the obsession you Americans have with the numbers 9 and 11.
God damn it, Mill.
You're the one who did it.
No, hold on. I gotta do this thing real quick. Okay, there we go. Anyways, we should probably move on to something that you have a lot more words to say about.
Yeah, let's move on to Keep Your Hands Off Eizouken.
I saw that you finally got to the title drop.
Yeah, they title dropped in Volume 6. This continues to be really good. I'm not going to go into too much detail about it, even though I fucking wrote detailed summaries for them. But I shouldn't just go through the summaries. They're starting to get into voice acting now. Or get voice actors. To introduce a new character, Seki Sakurada, who is in the middle school for Shibahama, and has like incredible voice acting ability, but uses it for basically mischief for the most part. However, she didn't anticipate the weirdos that are Eizouken. Not to mention, she can't fool. She can't fool Domeki. Unfortunately, that doesn't save her when the student council come to arrest Sakurada because of all the mischief. I think it's something like 107 counts of various crimes. What's been interesting in the last, certainly in Volume 6, the conflict with the student council has definitely gone up a notch. And part of it, or it seems to be that the main reason is that... so, do you remember Sawande? The secretary of the student council, who was pretty much the leader.
Vaguely.
The dark-skinned girl.
Yeah, I remember
her. She actually had a chance encounter with Asakusa while they were both waiting for a train, and she revealed, I guess is the word, that part of her issue with Eizouken is that it was attracting a lot of outside attention to the school, which could infringe on the freedom that the school has. And she wants to keep keep the school as free to be itself as she can, basically. Meanwhile, Asakusa doesn't give a shit about that. She just wants to create what she wants to make. So one day could have picked a better person to tell. I mean, I don't think any of them would have cared that much. Kanamori would have scoffed and laughed in her face, most likely, because that's who Kanamori is. Mizusaki is the only one, I think, who would have maybe given Sawande the time of day, but even then I'm not sure. But yeah, basically they, at this point in the arc, we're just getting through Sakurada's, hard outer shell to the wonderful creative that lies within. That,
fun.
The members of Eizouken will drag out kicking and screaming.
Yes.
But yeah, no, Eizouken is still fucking great. It's still really good. I wish there was a second season, but this is another one that releases fairly infrequently.
That's unfortunate.
So, if I just check... So, Volume 6 came out March 6th, 2024. Volume 7 is coming out March 4th, 2025.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. To be fair, it seems like a really hard one to translate anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, it's not like... Jesus, it's not like the Japanese releases are coming any quicker. So, Volume 7 came out in Japan July 12th, 2022. Volume 8 came out July 12th, 2023. And Volume 9 came out December 12th, 2024.
Jesus, that was 10 days ago.
So, yeah, the pace is not high.
No. One volume a year is very slow.
Like I said, I think it's a particularly difficult one to translate as well. At least going by, because interestingly enough, this is not in very many other series, if any, that I've read. There's like a bunch of basically like translator notes at the end. Like, I would say like 5 or 6 pages worth of just the translator talking about, certain stuff. Which is really, honestly, quite interesting and nice. Quite like it. But yes. Eizouken is very good, just very slow to come out, which can, is the reason why it's been hard for me to keep getting into it. Once I'm into it, that's it. I'm enjoying it, but, I have to remember what I last fucking read, which, was a year ago sometimes. So,
yeah.
it can be a little difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, Eizouken, very good. So let's move on to our next series, which is Kill Blue. So if you remember correctly, this is the series that I talked about last year that had a chapter where a tiny middle school girl wanted to get swole. Wanted to get jacked. Nothing's quite gotten to that height of funny, but it continues to be a very enjoyable series. There's had its fair share of action the last few arcs, because we had the disciplinary inspection arc where a member of the disciplinary committee who seemed to have some kind of fucking super senses was able to tell that Ogami is a hitman, and was basically like threatening him to leave the school until a group of rival hitmen attacked the home ec club and this disciplinary guy, and Ogami basically protected them all. We also got introduced to certainly the current big bad. I don't remember his name, but he's head of Jardin, which is another hitman company. Who, as it turns out, is now the principal of the fucking middle school, because of course he is, and has replaced half a dozen teachers with fucking hitmen. So yeah, that's something to get used to. We also had the summer break where they went to Norin's family's, it's meant to be a summer home, but it was more like a fucking haunted mansion. Everyone is getting on Norin's case about it, being like, why did you not tell us this mansion was haunted? I didn't know, okay? Complete with, the butler messing with them. Because he's just being a dick about that.
So, is this actually a mundane series, or is it there's actual supernatural bullshit going on?
So there's not like any supernatural powers necessarily. It's more how to
describe it.
Yeah.
Take your time.
So, you know, the hitmen that we see definitely have abilities that are beyond ordinary humans.
Is it more like a superpowers thing than a supernatural then?
It's not even necessarily superpowers. It's just, you know, they are sort of super strong. Ogami is super skilled. There's other abilities, I guess, that you could say are supernatural, but I would not call this necessarily a supernatural manga.
So more extra normal then.
Yes, extra normal, I would say, is a good way of classifying it. Like I said, it's very good at this mixing of the extra normal and the normal, especially having fucking Ogami as the straight man and all this. It was very funny in today's chapter when a protege of Ogami's transferred to the school and joined the class, and Ogami is just sat there just like, why is this class becoming, you know, a majority fucking hitman? What was the actual line? Yeah, what the hell happened to this class? It's like 20% hitmen at this point, because there are fucking 4 of them already. Was there a clearance sale on hired killers? And despite the fact that this guy joined the class wearing a fucking, like, wool hat with, like, pom-poms hanging down and holding a sword, the other members of the class are just like, hey, this is a normal guy. Compared to the other transfer students we've had, you know, one of whom habitually sucks a pacifier, another 2 has fucking stitches on their face. This guy seems normal, even with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I genuinely love this series. It's not like massively high up on my list, but it's just one that I consistently enjoy every week. And the comedy is just so good. Like, so in the most recent arc that finished, which was the Rika Festival arc, basically a culture festival, the Home Ec Club got in a competition, a long-standing competition, with the Maiden Butler Study Club. And basically the competition was to see who could, you know, make more sales during the festival.
Natural.
And the principal, who, as I said, is this head of a hitman organization, decided to add a little extra spice to the festival by stationing 3 of his fucking hitmen teachers around the festival with a different challenge. One of these challenges was a fucking roast battle.
Oh my god.
And basically what happened was the Maiden Butler Study Club brought in 3 ringers for their Maiden Butler Cafe, which was fucking idol triplets, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And they sent the idol triplets out to do these 3 challenges. And so when the one who did the roast battle got there, she was like, I have to put up with the worst of social media and the internet. Do your worst. Cut to the end of the battle where the member from the regular member, like just the normal person from the home ec club, has gotten this fucking idol crying her eyes out at how mean she was. Like, and everyone around just going, that was so mean. What the hell? How was she that harsh about that? Yeah, it's a great series. It's a great series. It's another one I'd honestly would recommend. To be fair, once you get past the 50 chapter mark, and I'm relatively sure the series will survive, I'm probably going to recommend it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I do really like this series. Let's move on to a series that did not make it quite so far, though, because we have Kyokuto Necromance. This got 17 chapters, or 18 chapters, I think.
U19! U19!
It probably deserved more. It wasn't terrible. It had a bad start, is what I would say. And it wasn't really able to recover.
Crap.
Because I would say its second half was actually pretty good. I started to get into the series.
Shame.
I started to get more and more into the series until the point where it became clear, oh yeah, this is dying, isn't it? This is rushing to the conclusion because it's dying, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a shame, but as I said, the slow start really killed it. It's not my biggest disappointment for a death this year, but it's also, it also was not the worst by far. So let's quickly move on to another ACT series, which is MamaYuyu. This was acted at the start of the year. I don't remember much from it. I think, if I remember correctly, I think it got a little too complicated with its world building, and its characters. And again, it's another one of those series where you can sort of see the writing on the wall from, half a dozen chapters away, where, you start to go, yeah, this is working its way to wrapping up, isn't it? This is gonna die. I did think it had an interesting concept, had an interesting power set, and there were characters I did quite like, but at the end of the day, as I said, it just seemed to overcomplicate itself. So yeah, it died. Moving on to one that I'm much more upset about dying, it is Martial Master Asumi, because I was really enjoying this one, and then it died. Because apparently Jump doesn't want more than one sports series in the magazine at one time.
I mean, they have had more than one at a time. It's been a while since they've had it, and both of those were successful, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. It's a shame, because as I said, I was enjoying this. I thought the fights were done really well. The characters were working really well. It had a buff female lead. Need more series with that. But yeah, again, another one that rushed to its ending, so it didn't hit as hard as it should have, and yeah, a shame, because as I said, I liked it. The author Kauda, their bullshit is, the stuff that I like. I liked Hinamara Sumo when I watched it, so it was a shame. Let's move on, though, quickly to another series that ended this year, though more in its own terms. It is My Hero Academia.
Good shit. Also, love the final cover. of the final volume.
Final cover is great. The parallels with the first one is great.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look at how fucked up Deku looks.
Yeah, Izuku got fucked up. Izuku got fucked up.
Yeah. He took it on the chin, though, and he is living his best life now.
You know, the chin seems to be one of the places he isn't scarred.
I know, right? Yeah, like, I have my quibbles with this, but I think this series mostly ended pretty well. I am glad that Horikoshi decided to just trip to an epilogue arc to kind of, like, wrap up loose threads. And the bonus chapter in the final volume helped a lot with further wrapping things up, especially on the character front with Izuku and Ochako. I don't think the chapter's been translated yet, but what I've seen of it.
Okay.
What I know of the chapter is like, okay, this is like the good like final resolution to everything. I am glad Horikoshi included this.
Did it make fools of the people who were upset that Izuku apparently hadn't talked to his classmates for like 7 years?
Yes, it made them look like clowns, because that is what they are.
Good. Good, I'm glad. Because, look, when people were getting so up in arms about that, I did actually end up reading that final chapter to see it. It was like, no, there wasn't anything like confirmation for that. There was maybe a little implication of it, but come on.
What it told me was that it was more of a case of, oh hey, haven't been together as a class in a while because, as it turns out, working life makes it difficult for 20-odd people to get together when they're all working adults.
20-odd, you know, pretty famous, I would imagine, pro heroes given their contributions in the final battle to end all battles.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you know, I've read future fanfics where it's like, yeah, we can't really get together because villains will either, you know, come and target us as a whole, knowing we're all in one place, or, you know, will cause chaos elsewhere, knowing that we're not out there.
Like in the epilogue chapter, apparently there's like they get a call for a carjacking or some shit, and all of them go at once.
Oh god, that's
that poor fucking carjacker.
Yeah. Also, you said it. You said the epilogue chapter added some. Was it confirmation or was it just hints for?
It's more or less confirmation.
More or less confirmation for Ocha. That didn't stop the Totodeku fans.
Yeah, it's not like firm confirmation, but it's basically confirmation.
Yeah.
But yeah, it also the epilogue chapter also does give like some more like firm answers on like where everyone else is at, like including like hero rankings. Guess who's number 2 in the rankings? Your boy Shoto.
Oh good for Shoto.
Yeah, Mirio is number 1.
Of course, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but like the resolution for the final battle and such is for the most part pretty good. All for One goes out like an absolute bitch as he should.
Yep, no, good. He does not deserve a dignified end.
Oh no, he like literally reverts into basically an infant, then a fetus, and then disappears from existence.
Oh god, he got unborn. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, he got that whole thing.
That is a bitch way to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, and he goes out ranting and raving and shit.
Yeah.
So
good.
Yeah, so then it's just the final fight with Shigaraki slash All for One. Shig for One, as I like to call him.
Yeah.
And yeah, that whole thing goes down pretty wildly. But yeah, we get basically resolutions to all the main villains. Most of them do not make it out of the series, unsurprisingly. Like, yeah. But yeah, there's still some good character work with the, like, epilogue stuff and the, well, I am sad that Izuku lost his quirk. At least it, like, it more or less works in the, context of, like, the actual, like, the resolution to the final fight and the, resolution to, the story overall.
To be honest,
and I do like that.
What I'm more annoyed about with that is, you know, Horikoshi's seeming insistence that you can't be a pro hero without a quirk, or without some kind of, you know, fucking mech suit advantage. That just seems like some horse shit to me, personally.
Yeah. I do like that Izuku becomes a teacher at the end, though.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
It's perfect for him, honestly.
Yeah. Means that Izuku can continue to fucking torment...
Fanboy over quirks, yes.
Fanboy over quirks, but also torment Aizawa by accident.
Yes. Yes. But yes, like I said, pretty satisfied with this. Out of the three, like, big manga that ended this year, I think this one had the strongest ending overall, though that is definitely helped by the epilogue chapter.
Yeah. I mean, there's meant to be an epilogue chapter for Jujutsu Kaisen, though the characters it's focusing on is weird.
Yeah, no, I don't think Akutami's going to manage the same thing that Hiroaka did.
Probably not.
It's also only half the length.
Yeah.
So yeah, still good stuff, and I honestly am looking forward to the final season of the anime, because I want to see how they adapt this.
Speaking of anime, Vigilantes finally has an anime! Oh my god, I'm so excited! I'm so excited.
Definitely gonna watch that when it comes out.
You've never read Vigilantes, have you?
I read a few chapters, but I haven't read past like the first volume or two.
No, Vigilantes is really, really good. It's really, really good. I can't wait to see. Can't wait to see the Cruller get his due. Yeah, no, I'm really excited about that. That is still by Bones, isn't it?
I don't recall. I'd have to look.
Vigilantes anime. Finally getting an anime. Not sure if it actually said. Oh well, whatever. I'm still looking forward to it. But I'm guessing we can probably move on now.
Yep.
Alright, let's move on to On and Off Work-Life Imbalance. So this is a really interesting... This is the other series that I said I started because I saw a woman dressed in androgynous clothing.
In fairness, goddamn, that was a good look.
Yeah, no, it really is. So the basic premise of the series is that there's these two basically office workers, same office, who the boy, the guy dresses in femme Lolita clothing when he's off work, and the woman dresses in androgynous punk clothing. And basically they come across each other when they're in their, off-work clothes. Well, in the office, sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to remember names again, which is not good. The woman Hanku dislikes the guy Amata because she sees him as just a sort of pretty boy. Meanwhile, Amata thinks that Hanku hates him, which, you know... but they come across each other, you know, when they're not in their work clothes, not realizing who the other is, basically. Start to hang out, and they start to, you know, enjoy hanging out because they get to, you know, feel free together. You know, Hanku doesn't judge Amata for his choice in clothing. So on and so forth. But then in one of the more recent chapters, it basically... They, well, it's revealed that Hanku knew about Amata for a little bit, and then basically surreptitiously gave the game away for Amata, so that, you know, they'd be on a level playing field. And now they're sort of getting used to their, you know, this new relationship they have, not just, you know, outside of work, but now in work as well. You know, being friends, but not really being able to say why they're friends or what they do when they're hanging out. It's been a really interesting series thus far. There's only there's not that many chapters. There's a lot of decimal place chapters, so there's more than it seems. So there's probably about maybe 20 to 25, I think.
Oh, okay.
But they're not. Some of them are longer than others, because it is another one based off of a Twitter serialization.
Oh, okay.
So there are, but it's been, I would say, more adapted for typical manga than Kaiju was interested in has.
Okay.
Because I said there's some chapters that are 4 pages. There are others that are longer than that. But yeah, no, I've enjoyed this from what I've read of it. I know Fuzzy has as well. I know he's talked about enjoying this. So yeah, it's a good series. It's another one I'd recommend. I'm not sure if there's a... Actually... Is there an official release? I think there might be, actually. Let me just check. Yes, I think there is actually an official release. Set to come out May 2025.
Okay.
So I would genuinely recommend this one. This is, as I said, this is a one that I've been enjoying quite a bit. But let's move on to the big one, which is One Piece.
Hell yes.
Off you go.
So we got the we get the end of the Egghead arc and the beginning of the Elbaf arc. And lots of crazy shit going on. What with, you know, the 5 elders fucking deploying in force. And we get to see their yokai forms, which are all metal as fuck. Also, I didn't realize that that one dude was actually had white hair, because the anime had him blonde for so long.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, no, the whole tail end of the Elbaf arc is just absolutely insane. Or not the Elbaf, the Egghead arc is absolutely insane. Has a really great finish for an arc too. I know a lot of people did complain a little bit about reaction piece and all that, but honestly, still really good stuff.
Jesus Christ, we started certainly the year of chapters we're covering with the end of the fucking Kuma flashback.
Oh, fuck. God. That was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
God. One of the best flashbacks in One Piece, honestly, but like...
that's a high bar.
It's a high bar, but is it, like... Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong, and that's what I'm saying. The fact that they managed to do that, considering the fucking, competition
like
it
the
has.
Law flashback, the Robin flashback, the Brook flashback, like Fishman Island flashback. Like, the Kuma flashback's an easy top 5 in the series, and that is fucking saying something. But yeah, so we got the end of that, and then we got, the shit hitting the fan in force on Egghead. Like, the 5 elders are all, like, incredibly overpowered and also immortal. And, seeing them fight in force is pretty fucking rad, but also terrifying. Like, so that 2-page spread of the 5 elders was the first, like, full-on just 2-page complete splash panel that we've had in a decade. And goddamn, did Oda go all out for that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do appreciate in particular just how the things panned out on Egghead. I am a slight bit annoyed with the whole bit about all the satellites coming back, but at least it makes sense because the brain uploading and all that shit. It was very funny to see them screw York over again. But yeah, also fucking Saturn gets absolutely fucked up repeatedly throughout this. Well, with Kuma decking him hardcore and then him getting his shit rocked by Luffy and Bonnie.
Yeah.
Oh, and then him getting ganked by Emu as well. Which holy shit. That chapter was insane.
Just a little bit, yeah.
The whole bit with oh yeah, this elder got, and also we have a new elder to replace him, and it's this fucker. I do wonder what Moonface dude's gonna be like, because what little we've seen of him makes him pretty unpleasant asshole. But yeah, that was the end of Egghead, and now we've started on Elbap, which has been very fun. Whatchamacallit? So yeah, we got all the stuff with the Straw Hats arriving at Elbap, and at first not realizing what the whole deal is there. We find out that Morgans has decided to blame Luffy for Vegapunk's death, because fucking course it did. Also, rip the Going Luffy Senpai.
Yeah, I mean... we had to expect that was gonna happen.
I mean, yeah, no, Bartolomeo fucked around with Shanks. He was going to find out. The question is if he survived that or not.
I hope so.
I hope so too. I like Bartolomeo. But yeah, oh yeah, Haruden is the Prince of Elbap, as it turns out. As is and he's Loki's older brother. And we finally actually get to see Loki for the first time.
Yeah, and it seems like Luffy made some sort of deal with him.
Yep. Loki also has a hell of a design, not gonna lie. Also, the latest chapter makes me think that he may not be as evil as we've been led to believe.
Maybe. He was certainly...
At the very least, there's more complexity to him.
Yeah, I mean, of course. There was always going to be, considering One Piece. Who do you think he was talking to?
Well, the translation... the Shonen Jump translation has him as Shaggy.
Yeah.
Which is, doesn't tell us anything.
Mm-hmm.
I am very curious as to who it'll be. If it's someone we've met before or not. But yeah, yeah, I am very curious to see what Loki's actual deal is. The bigger things I do want to discuss are, the return of Saul and his reunion with Robin, which was fucking beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, those last couple panels in today's chapter in which Shanks, I think, gets summoned to Elbaf, but I don't think that's Shanks.
Well, here's the thing.
He's cloaked, and we only see his face in right profile, which is very conspicuous.
It looked like him, but here's the thing. I can't remember if this was confirmed or if it was just a fan theory, but Shanks has some sort of connection with the World Nobles.
Yes. He is related to the Figureland family, which is the same family that Garling, that's it, the new elder comes from.
Yes. So, it's possible that he has family that looks like him, working for the world government.
Yeah, I've seen people speculate that it's like his evil twin brother.
Mm-hmm.
Who could only be one of a handful of names. Stabs, Shivs, Pokes. God, it would be very funny if that was actually the case. And knowing Yoda, he might actually go for it.
Oh my god, it's blue-haired Shivs!
Yeah, I've seen actual speculation that this is actually the dude who was talking to the elders at the Reverie, too, and not Shanks.
Maybe. Did he lose an arm as well?
We don't know, because when Shanks shows up at the Reverie, he is conspicuously cloaked, only shown in right profile, and we do not see his arm or lack thereof.
Mm.
So, not gonna say it's baseless.
Yeah. Look, at this point, if Shanks is turning up to fight Luffy, he's turning up, full regalia.
Yeah, he would also show up with this whole ass crew. He wouldn't just pop up in a summoning circle with
some mysterious figure. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because there were two people who were summoned. Very curious. But yeah. Also, I'm very happy with the return of Dory and Bragi. They're great. And oh yeah. I remember people rampantly speculating during Egghead, like who it was that rescued the civilians, the civilian ship, and there were like all sorts of random ass theories, and no one thought to consider that would be the Giants, and everyone was just like, yes,
yeah,
great reveal there.
But yeah, I mean, just the fact that we've made it to Elbaf, it's been, what, like 20 years since the first mention?
I think it's been longer. Because One Piece started in 97, I think Little Garden was in 99 or 2000.
So yeah, 23, 24 years.
Maybe even 25.
Maybe 25 years.
Fucking hell.
Since, fucking, whatchamacallit, Usopp said he wanted to go there.
Yep. He's finally achieved his dream.
Yeah.
I am liking Elbaf's design. Oda is just fucking excellent at island designs.
Yeah.
And the new characters that we're being introduced to are also pretty fun. I really like most of Harden's crew as well. They're pretty cool. Except for Road, he kind of sucks. But yeah. No, good start to the arc. I have no idea where this is going to go, and I am very curious where Oda is taking us.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on then to One Punch Man. So, we actually only got about 10 chapters, 11 chapters this year.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to get around to these chapters. I've heard that they're pretty crazy, but haven't gotten around to them yet.
So basically, we've had a lot of Flashy Flash and Sonic who have been revealed to have come from the same ninja village.
I remember that.
The ninja village had like something like a great old one. Who has, I think, been fused with Blast's old partner. There's some kind of like fucking almost like demon god type thing. I'm trying to remember. Either way, super crazy powerful and can basically do a fucking like dimension slash and send like giant gouges across the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Saitama's just gone home. Because, yeah.
What?
Saitama just went home. He just decided he wasn't interested in this and went home.
Also good for him.
So, Blast, Flashy Flash, and Sonic are now fighting this this great old one with, you know, the body of Blast's former partner. There's also been some stuff with the Neo Heroes. So I can't remember if it was known or not, but Metal Bat is part of them.
Huh.
As is... So, I believe one of the big sort of, like, moments for the Neo Heroes was the fact that Child Emperor, I can't remember his new name, joined up with them in an attempt to seem more grown-up and cool. Because he's now wearing a leather jacket, I think.
Yes, he's going through his rebellious phase.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to seem more mature and, like, edgy. They've also got, oh god, I really can't fucking remember names right now. Doesn't help that did read this, but it was, you know, before everything else I had to fucking catch up on. Neo Hero. Heroes, Neo Heroes. So yeah, he's now called Wild Emperor.
Oh my god, that's the chuniest fucking thing he could go with.
No, sorry. Viz is using the Diabolical Emperor.
Oh my god, they made it chunier. That's so fucking funny.
Though to be fair, he is actually just infiltrating the Neo Heroes rather than joining them in truth.
Oh, okay, cool.
But yes, he's
of course he wants to do the spy shit.
Yeah. So, do you remember Suiryu?
Yes.
He's now joined up with the Neo Heroes.
Oh, cool. Good for him.
Because he got a hard-on for one of the Neo Heroes.
Oh, which one?
Webby Gather, an idol singer who works as a leader in the Neo Heroes organization.
Ah, okay.
They've also, yes, that's his name. They've also got Super Alloy Blackluster.
Right, I remember him getting his confidence utterly crushed because Garo kicked his ass.
Yeah, he's still lacking in confidence, the poor boy. Yep. And, you know, I'm gonna be honest, assholes in the Neo Hero organization, not helping.
Mm-hmm. Like, he shouldn't feel ashamed of it. Everyone got their ass beat by Garo except for Saitama.
Yeah. But there is some, not really hints, but clues left that at least some of the leaders in the Neo Hero organization are cyborgs.
Motherfucking cyborgs! What?
And, you know, on the level of Genos.
Oh, that's rad.
The Neo Hero organization is not really on the up and up, so not great.
Oh, no shit. I'm shocked. This is my shocked face.
Mm. But yeah, Metal Bat is undercover in the Neo Hero organization as well.
Oh, cool. Cool.
But yes, so that's basically all that's happening. Blast is, I'm fairly sure Blast was getting his ass kicked last time I saw.
Sounds like a fun time for him.
I mean, it's not great for everyone else, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure
I'm
fairly sure he got himself into that bother, but I can't remember exactly.
Well, hopefully everyone's having a good time.
Oh yeah, Blast had lost a hand.
Ooh,
yeah.
Ouch. So maybe everyone's having a bad time then.
Yeah, pretty bad time.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he's now called. He's the Blast's former partner is called Void, I believe.
Oh, that's a pretty cool name.
And yeah, he's Blast had him pinned down for a bit, and then Void came back and is now kicking Blast's ass.
Oof. Too bad Saitama decided to fuck off and go home.
Yeah. Look, he just wasn't that interested in flashy flashes and Sonic's fucking history.
Can't blame him. Sounds like something straight out of like one of those melodramas.
It was relatively interesting, but you know, Saitama has no patience for backstories.
No, of course he doesn't. Like we found out with Genos early on.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, One Punch Man. Very few chapters, but they've been pretty good chapters. I'm looking forward to the next one. Let's move on to something that ended this year. Not gotten many positive things to say about it. Because we move on to Oshi no Ko.
This is how you don't end a series. Like, this is like, hold on a second. So the big issue with this is that, well, one of the big issues with this ending is that it feels like it is railroaded from the trajectory that several of the previous arcs had been leading towards. And apparently this was the original ending that Akasaka Aka had planned, and you know what? Good on him for sticking with that, I guess. But like,
yeah,
it seems to have lacked a certain degree of flexibility on his part in terms of, you know, actually making an ending that felt like it suited the path that the characters and the story was on.
Certain degree, I feel like it lacks any flexibility.
Yeah, no, it was just like, again, railroading.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it doesn't help that it also basically felt like the main character lost all of his brain cells in coming up with this plan, because like this is literally just more or less his initial plan from the beginning, and it's like, so what about all that character development? I guess there was no development at all, or anything like that. I guess that all the character arcs meant nothing. I guess it's just supposed to be, well, life sucks because the entertainment industry is awful, and just put on a fake smile and learn to live with it, and just move on with your grief and all that. Don't dwell on it or anything, just go ahead and kill yourself to get revenge on your father. Your family will move on. It's just so bitter and cynical and cruel. And I don't think the series deserved an ending like that. It's just like, has all the hallmarks of someone who wanted a tragedy and decided to make a tragedy out of something that was not really on course to be one.
Yeah. Again, you've got to be.
I've said this several times on stream before.
Yeah, no, but it's honestly a failure that are they a he or a she? Do we know?
I think Akasaka Aka is a guy.
Right. We'll stick with he for now then. If we're wrong, I apologize, but
yes. Yeah.
It's very much a failing then if he has decided, well, this is the ending I had from the very start. You know, very likely it was the ending that, you know, he based the series on. But either he's got to do more to stick to that ending, knowing that he was going to go with it, or he has to change his mind.
Yeah.
You can't just go in the middle of, okay, I'm just going to, you know, follow where the story and the characters take me. Okay, final 2 chapters. Original ending it is. Because, you know, I mean, I remember, fucking 2 Heroes. Horikoshi said that was one of the potential endings he had in mind for My Hero Academia. Had he actually, you know, if he had done the same thing and stuck to his guns with that, My Hero...
The ending of Hero Academia would have been dog shit.
Yeah, it would have been dog shit. It absolutely would have been dog shit. There's elements of that ending that still exist in the, you know, proper ending for My Hero, but, you know,
it's handled a lot better.
Yes.
Because Horikoshi decided to evolve that idea and incorporate the bits that he thought would work.
Exactly.
And that flexibility is not present here.
No.
Like, there's a few, like, minor alterations, maybe? But, like, it seems like this is the ending that Aka had in mind from the end of Volume 1 at the latest. And decided not to do anything to change it at all.
Yeah.
It's
sucks.
Honestly kind of lazy.
No, it sucks, and as I said, it's an absolute failure. It's an absolute failure.
No, exactly.
As I said, you either have to be more careful about where you're taking your story, or you have to be willing to change. You can't just go middle of the road here. You cannot.
Yeah, like I've said before that it is good to have an ending planned from the beginning, but that's not always the case. It's good to have an ending planned from the beginning and to chart your course to meet that ending from the beginning.
All right, like, here's an example of that. Assassination Classroom.
I was going to say Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist is another one, but it's Assassination Classroom is the series that I always go to when I say a incredibly well plotted out story. Because Matsui knew from minute 1 where he was going and made sure he got there. And it made sense when he got there. And it fit with the themes of the series when he got there.
Yeah, there is a world of difference between having an ending planned from the beginning and actually working towards that ending.
Yes.
Like, that's the case with the case of having the ending planned from early on and not plotting towards that. You have stuff like How I Met Your Mother and Game of Thrones as examples in the Western mediums. And we all know how people received those endings.
May have put George R. R. Martin off from writing. It was that bad.
Yeah. No, the reception for that was not good.
Because I still wonder if he's going for a similar sort of ending. Is like, oh shit, that was really badly received. Oh no.
I mean, Martin has always been more of a gardener than a
I mean, yes.
Than an architect. So who knows? He may have a different come to a different ending.
Who the fuck knows at this point? From what I've apparently, an author who works for the same publisher as him knows how many pages Gurren has brought in, and said it's now reaching the point where if there are any more, it literally can't fit in the book binding. So,
fuck me.
But he also said not to take that as gospel, so...
Yeah.
And I'm fairly sure the last time Gurren talked about it, he said he was not very optimistic about his chances of getting the book out soon. Or even finishing it, maybe. I can't remember exactly what he said. He was very negative about it, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, Oshinoko, yeah,
What makes this worse is like there was a lot of potential in this series to end well, to stick the landing, to be a good, like a legit masterpiece, like with flaws, granted, but still legitimate all-time great manga.
So obviously
the ending, if they stuck the landing.
So obviously, spoilers for the series. How did Aqua die?
So Aqua shanked himself and then tackled his father off of a cliff to stage it so that it was a murder-suicide with his father as the aggressor rather than him.
You know how you can fix that and still make it seem in character, but yet still have that sort of ending? Mm-hmm. Have it actually be, well, not maybe a murder-suicide, but, have the fucking dad stab Aqua, and Aqua, fucking...
See, the thing is, the dad is the one thing that's established about the dad is that he doesn't act directly. He always acts through proxies. Unfortunately, the author didn't do a very good job of making it seem like it was impossible for him to be taken down, because there's not a lot of focus on the guy.
Well, okay,
he's very nebulous for 90% of the manga.
Okay, then. He stabs Aqua, does it in a way where Aqua, being the reincarnation of a doctor, knows that it's likely going to be fatal. The dad is like, okay, I'll clean up the other half of, the mess, or my mess, and is like, I'm going to call somebody to take out Ruby. Aqua tackles the guy, kills him, to save his sister. Would that be any better? I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, the worst part is, this is framed as his way of saving his sister, because, oh no, if he just straight up killed the guy, she would be the sister of a murderer. Even though, this still makes her the daughter of a murderer. The fuck is this supposed to... I don't fucking get it.
I don't know, dude. I've watched the first season of the anime, and I read the last chapter to see what it was like. That's, I try to come up with an ending where the same things happen, but doesn't make it quite as bad.
It's hard because, I don't think
make Aqua's actions more of a positive than a negative.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I think at the point where, the manga was at before the final couple of arcs, I think the ending as it is does not work anymore. In any way. Ending it with Aqua dying, especially in this manner, I think with him dying in general, I think it was a bad call. But ending it with him dying like this, and presenting it as like this brilliant thing and this great sacrifice that all the characters will eventually be able to move past and all that. It's like, shut the fuck up. But yeah, no, it's poorly handled. It's extremely poorly handled, and I've talked at length about it. It's just a bad time.
All right, let's move on to a series that also tragically ended, because I was really enjoying it. It is Psych House. I think this was just in the wrong magazine. It's another member of the another member of the under-19s club.
Rip.
This was just a really, really nice, chill series. Like, there was supernatural powers to it. The main female character could, like, teleport things, and the main male character could shrink or enlarge such stuff. There was a mind reader, there was a talking tanuki, and it was just about chill stuff, honestly. There was no real overarching plot. Even when it ended, there wasn't like the introduction of, you know, a villain or something like that. It was just the girl, like, going into her mum's mind to solve the sort of trauma within and bring her out of her coma. Like, this was very much character-based and slow, and yeah, it just didn't do well.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a Shonen Jump manga at all.
Honestly, it was so nice. It was such a chill, relaxing time to read.
Speaking of chill and relaxing stuff, unless you don't want to move on yet.
No, yeah, there was just a couple more things I just wanted to say, because I'm just checking what batch it came out in. It came out in the same batch as Kyokuto Necromance, basically, and yeah, just neither of them did well. Fortunately. Yeah. I'm sad, but yeah. Yeah, let's move on to another really sweet and chill time with Red Cat Ramen. I've already talked about the anime for this, which is getting a second season, which I never saw coming. I thought that was guaranteed to be one season and done. That's why I read the manga.
I mean, hey, are you going to complain about it?
No. It's ugly as sin, but I still love it. It's my ugly, deformed baby.
We all have one of those.
To be fair, the manga art style isn't much prettier, to be fair. It's not much prettier. But yeah, this is just really good. I'm not going to go into detail about the plot because I don't really need to. It's not about the plot. Well, it's a bit about the plot. It's more about characters, and obviously there's enough characters that I don't want to go in depth on all of them because we've already been going for nearly 4 hours. And I'd rather save that time for the next one. It's really good. It's introduced some more cats that have joined the restaurant. Jewel, chief among them, who basically wanted to become a host cat because he was saved by a host. Turns out the host quit and has moved back home to become like a farmer or something. I don't remember. So Jules got a new motivation of going to Italy and teaching cats there how to be members of human society, I guess. Yeah, this just continues to be really nice and fun. I just really love it. Yeah, I mean, if you just want a chill time watching cats run a ramen restaurant, I'd really recommend giving it a go. It's on Manga Plus. It's a lot better than some of the other dross on Manga Plus. Cough, cough, drama queen.
real quick before we move on, I can't believe we fucking glossed over the actual content of Vegapunk's broadcast in One Piece.
Oh yeah, we did a little bit. Yeah, it was a big thing. If you want to know, read it.
It's a long one. There's a lot of shit in there.
Yeah,
a lot of big reveals. Holy shit!
But
I can't believe we glossed over that.
There was a lot to discuss. It was a very eventful year for One Piece. But let's move on to Reign of the Seven Spellblades, the only light novel on the list, I believe.
Oh, damn. Volume 13.
Yeah, I read Volume 13. I only had up to Volume 11 a couple of days ago. And then as I was catching up, I was like, no, sorry, I'm on Volume 12. I'm on Volume 12, that's right. That's why I didn't recognize that's why I didn't recognize the cover. Damn it. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Yeah, this continues to be really, really good.
I'm shocked.
How much do you care about spoilers?
Fucking go ham, dude.
So, the Sword Roses are now in 4th year. Oliver and his little cabal have taken out a 3rd teacher, the astronomy teacher, Demetrio Aristides. So just for context, Kimberly starts at 15. So the fact that they're now in 4th year means they are all legally adults. They're all 18 or over. Oh my god, they are horny. There are so many people who want a piece of Oliver. That poor, poor boy just wants his little revenge fantasy thing. And yet, he's now together with Nanao. Like, they're actually in a relationship. Nice. And I'm not sure, okay, so Oliver's childhood after his mother was murdered, completely fucked up. Completely fucked up at the hands of his granddad on his mother's side. It involved, there's no other word to say it, him being drugged and expelled to rape Shannon, his cousin.
Oof.
As a result, an very understandable result, he has some trauma relating to the act, let's say. Which, you know, when he and Nanao started getting things going, he did, you know, say, yeah, I'm not sure how well this is going to go, given some stuff. So I'm not sure if they actually had sex or if they just did everything, but I don't know. They are together. Pete is horny as fuck and is offering to have sex with pretty much all the Sword Roses at this point.
God damn.
And has at least done some stuff with Oliver.
God damn.
Who is continuing to be very angsty about it because he's like, Pete, don't become this attached to me, please. I'm gonna die soon.
Is he though? Is he really?
Very potentially. So, we know one of these special weapons Oliver had against the teachers was the Spellblade his mother had. And the other of his main special weapons that he's got is that he's actually holding part of his mother's soul within him. And he can perform something called a soul merge to gain a measure of her abilities.
Oh boy.
That causes him extreme pain and suffering and requires him to be healed constantly while this is happening. And the rule in this world is you can only be healed so many times before the body just breaks down. And Oliver is, well, he's not quite pushing that limit, but he's getting closer than maybe he should. And, you know, there's still another 4 teachers for him to kill. And they're the stronger ones. Put it this way, So in the combat tournament they had a few volumes ago, the upper years, the 6th and 7th years, including, fucking Purgatory Godfrey, and, his second-in-command, Lassetti, and the members of the Old Student Council faction, who are just as strong as Godfrey and Lassetti, came up against Vanessa, the fucking, animal studies teacher, who's, a fucking monster of some sort. I can transform and shit, do you remember? Yeah, she was kicking their asses.
Oof.
And she wasn't even fully serious.
Jesus.
They landed one blow on her, and it was a scratch. At which point she started taking things seriously, and they had to call it off so she wouldn't kill any of them. So yeah, all of us already together with her now. Pete wants some. Katie wants some, and is getting really upset that Nanao is getting some, and is going over to Guy for comfort, which is not helping things because Guy wants some from Katie. Teresa, the one that's a year younger than him and is meant to be his shadow, wants some.
Oh boy.
The younger sister of the Old Student Council president, Leoncio, wants some from Oliver. She's the same age as Teresa. It's also somewhat implied that Poison Gasser Tim might want some from Oliver.
Who doesn't want to bang Oliver at this point?
Oh yeah, fucking Rossi wants some from Oliver as well. Everyone wants a piece of this poor boy. Meanwhile, Guy has his own fucking issues, because as I said, Katie's getting all up close with him, but is, hung up on Oliver. He's also got a junior from the year under who wants a piece of him, and she's now getting jealous over stuff. It's a whole fucking mess in terms of romantic relationships. It really is.
Y'all love a good old dodecahedron, right?
Oh, Jesus. They're so horny! They're so horny! There's so much happening! There's so much happening that they should be paying attention to, but they're not because they're too focused on their fucking love lives. It's so so entertaining. Also, the headmaster of Kimberly, Esmeralda, is a vampire.
What?
Yeah. And she absorbed the other half of Oliver's mum's soul, and has been absorbing the souls of a lot of other people, so she's, super strong now.
Yeah, boy.
Also, Guy is now a curse wrangler.
Neat.
Sort of. We'll see what the repercussions of that are. It only happened in Volume 12. Katie also touched a thing from another world, which is concerning, because the other world stuff is 99% bad. After Katie touched it, she said that she talked to God, capital G. There's a lot to be worried about here.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a lot going on, and oh my god, I'm so into it. Another volume. I don't know when the next volume is coming out, but god, I can't wait for it, because I think this one, volume 12, came out really recently. Yeah, this is a really good series. You're listening to it on the audiobook, aren't you?
I do have, I think, the first volume on Audible. I'm going to try to get more.
Yeah, get ready for a wild fucking ride.
Oh yeah.
Also, I don't know what gender the author is, but Bokuto Uno, but they describe erections quite a bit.
Oh dear. Oh wait.
Oh, there it is. In quite a bit of detail as well. Like, there's nothing explicit shown, but there's a lot of talk about tents, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Lots of tents and pitching thereof.
Yeah. I mean, what I love about the series is that it does a good job of, like, almost humanizing even, you know, the antagonists. Like, when so Godfrey ended up fighting Leoncio in this combat tournament, and as basically the two heads of the rival factions. You know, as much as, you know, we as the audience disagree with Leoncio's, you know, philosophy regarding Kimberly, we can see where it's coming from, and we can see that it's not necessarily coming from a negative place, almost, or I don't know how to word it, but, you know, I didn't come out of it going, haha, what an evil guy, I'm so glad he's defeated. I came out of it like, damn, that was a really good fight. I'm glad Godfrey won, but respect.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've rated the 7 Spellblades. It's great, read it. It's just better Harry Potter. Far better.
I was gonna say, that's not the highest bar.
I know, but still. Anyway, moving on to our next series, which is Ruri Dragon. Have you read this?
No, actually, I haven't.
I would recommend it. It's another chilled time. It is about a half-dragon girl just navigating high school while getting all these weird abilities from being a dragon. Like, it is a very, very down-to-earth, like, example of it. And Ruri is a glorious mess of a girl.
Oh, good.
I do love her so. I meant to reread the entire series, but I forgot and just didn't have the time when I remembered. It's, as I said, it's a series that I do quite enjoy. It's a shame about what happened with the author Masaoki Shindo, because they, you know, had such health problems that led it to basically be on hiatus until this year. You know, it started in 2022, went on to hiatus, came back this year, had 5 chapters in Jump, and then moved to a bi-weekly schedule in Jump Plus. Yeah, it's a really interesting series. It's a really it's a very, very chill time. Yeah, there's not a huge amount more I can say about it, because as I said, I just don't remember, and because of its release schedule, I remember less about it than, you know, normal, than the weekly series. I really recommend it. I'm, you know, even without the need for doing it for the stream, I might still go back and read it in the next couple of days, because I want to reread it. And, you know, remember the stuff that I missed. It's very good. Moving on to Shinobi Undercover. God, I hope this survives. This is so good.
I will survive.
Basic premise is there is a girl in a high school who requires protection for some reason. I can't remember if the reason has been given or if it's just been left vague. 3 ninjas have joined the school. You have, let's see if I can actually... Is there a chance? No. So there is a guy called Umineko. There is... Who else? Here we go. So yes, there is Umineko and there is Hibari, who are both ninjas. And then we've got the protagonist, Yodaka, who is fucking anxiety-ridden. Horribly, horribly anxiety-ridden. He has even said that he will never betray the organization, because that would mean he has to meet more people. And talk to them. That said, he is an incredibly competent ninja. Like, horrifically so. He kicks ass when he's allowed to. He also has basically has a like earpiece that he uses to talk to his basically his handler, number 9, who is 100% the straight man of the series, is just fucking commenting on all of the bullshit that's going on.
Fucking bullshit.
And it is bullshit. So Yodaka is basically meant to be sort of the backup to the other 2 ninjas, Hibari and Umineko, who are supposed to, get close to Aoi, the, girl needing to be protected. Except Aoi just sort of attached herself to Yodaka, and now he has to do the social side of things, which he is very not prepared for at all. Honestly, this is a really fun series. The comedy is on point. The most recent chapter, they're on a like a camping thing, and they're doing the fucking walk through the haunted woods, like test of courage thing. That's it, test of courage.
Yes.
Yodaka and Aoi are together, and although the teacher has very specifically said there are no hired actors out there to make it scarier, they come across somebody who turns out to be a ninja wanting to kidnap Aoi. Except Aoi is like, oh, I guess they did hire actors after all. And this dude just says the most cliche fucking lines possible that Aoi remains convinced that he is an actor. Even if he's trying to kill Yodaka and kidnap her. Oh, God.
God, the acting in this is so realistic.
Yeah, basically. It's so funny. It's so funny. Let me see if I can quickly find some of those lines. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he gives this big introduction of saying, oh, my name is Toby the Kite. I am a ninja. And they're like, he just blew our cover. Huh, this haunted walk is intense. I never heard of a ninja ghost before. Oh, saved by the situation. And he says something like, you won't even get to see the moon during the last moments. And the handler is like, this is bad. Only people who have the power to back it up say that sort of thing. Yeah, it's just it's genuinely such a funny series. But at the same time, like, when it gets to action scenes, it's done so well. Like, Yodaka seems like the scariest motherfucker in the world when he gets serious. Like, no, it's genuinely, I so dearly need the series to survive because it's so good. Like, it's a shame that it came out in the same batch as Ichi the Witch, because if it hadn't, it would easily be the front runner. As it is, it's a closer second than it should be. It's really good. Obviously, I can't fully recommend this to you just at the moment, not knowing whether it'll survive. But if it does, I implore you to read this.
Noted.
Even not knowing if it'll survive, I still say you should probably give it a go, because it's that good.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, I know you're not as fucking masochistic as I am in that sense.
Nope.
Trying to see if the... Okay, so this is from the same duo that did Candy Flurry, if you remember that.
I never read Candy Flurry because I thought it was going to be axed.
It did get axed, and it wasn't very good. So it's incredible that they've come back and pulled this off.
As suspected.
But yeah, no. Really, really love this series. Really, really hoping it survives. Let's move on to Skip and Loafer. So, again, we've not had many chapters this year, but the chapters we've had have been pretty good. So, the main sort of event that's happened is the fact that they are going on a school trip, and Shima asked to have basically an evening alone with Mitsumi on the third day, which the girls, having learned about Mitsumi and Shima's failed relationship, are very excited about, because it might mean that he, wants her back. But Shima remains fairly confused and obtuse about, well, maybe not his feelings, but unfortunately his issues are affecting how he's, treating his relationship with Mitsumi, because when they do go on the date, he asks Mitsumi to basically say what she likes about him, and when she says, oh, hey, you're super kind, he's like, well, in his mind, he's like, well, that's the facade that I put up. I'm not actually kind, I'm just tricking you. So how can you actually love me, sort of thing? Unfortunately, yeah, it's rough. But
fucking hell, we're at 4 hours.
I know. We've got, to be fair, we've had a lot to discuss.
Mm-hmm. We only have a half dozen series left after this, so...
Yeah, and a couple of them will be quick. There was also a two-parter focusing on Kazakami, the guy who won the student council president election ahead of Mitsumi's mentor. I can't remember her name. I think that happened in the anime. But the dude who didn't really take things seriously, if you remember.
Vaguely. It's been a minute.
Yeah, turns out he has a lot of familial pressure on him to be all mature and junk, but he is also a tokusatsu fan, and doesn't necessarily bond a little bit with Kanechika over that, but basically his worldview that he just needs to sort of follow the flow gets challenged in a really, really interesting way. But as much as, I was saying about Shima's issues stopping him from actually starting a relationship with Mitsumi, it does seem like he is actually getting better now. He is starting to improve. He's starting to let out his true personality. Not even his true personality, but the portions of his personality that he hid away. He's starting to let them out a little bit now. But yeah, no, Skip and Loafer, some good chapters, some really good chapters. Let's move on to Spy Family.
Hell yes. God, so much has fucking happened this year.
Yeah, just a little bit.
The fucking Henderson flashback was heartbreaking in so many ways.
Fucking hell.
Poor Henry and poor Martha.
Yeah, Jesus, that was rough.
It was really fucking good, but holy shit.
Yeah.
We also got, God. And see, this is so if the war Lloyd fought in was World War II, there's a Henderson was in World War One, and it's like the war never fucking ends if you don't take the steps to ensure a lasting and stable peace.
Yeah,
which is what Twilight's trying to do, and like, God.
Oh yeah, we had the fucking gala.
Yeah, the gala.
With Anya and
which,
Damien dancing
Anya
together.
tells Damien that she's telepathic.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe her, but still. It's like a huge step.
No, that's giant. Yeah.
We also had whatchamacallit. We had some actual development for Yor's coworkers, which was interesting.
Yeah.
Plus some growth in her relationship with Melinda Desmond, who came back in a pretty big way just this week.
Yeah. She's going to see Lloyd for some therapy, which is understandable given the implications we've had surrounding that family. They are not good.
Oh, yeah,
they are rancid as... Oh god, that chapter. Yeah,
oh
my
god. Holy shit.
The stress there.
God. There is so much show don't tell going on in that chapter.
Yeah.
It is perfect in that regard. Like, so much use of visual imagery that just conveys so much while saying so little.
Yeah.
And yet so much of what... It's so good! It's so good! And, oh yeah, Anya's term finals too.
Yeah.
And of course we got the end of the mole hunt as well. God, there was a lot this year.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. It's been a hell of a year for Spy Family.
Yep. We're next year we're getting another season of the anime, which I think is just going to cover Lloyd's flashback and the meeting with Melinda and maybe the Red Circus arc. Which, honestly, really good stuff for a season to cover. But yeah, after that it'll be a while before we get another... Actually, no, like, we might get another season like a year or so later. Because the manga will already be pretty far along at that point. Because, looking at it, yeah, it'd probably be about, yeah, the fourth season would probably cover the Mole Hunt arc, term finals, and, the Henderson and Martha flashback. Which, you know, will be fucking brutal.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
God.
But we'll just have to see. But yeah, the fucking Henderson and Martha flashback, oh my god. I can't praise that enough for, you know, how seriously as a, you know, comedy manga it treated the subject.
Yeah, no, it's just like some of the best content of the series so far.
Yeah.
And like this has had some really high highs overall.
But yeah, we should probably move on, unless there's anything else you want to say.
No, beyond saying Spy Family, very good. Yeah. All the stuff that came out this year was excellent.
Yeah, no, read Spy Family, it's very good. So let's move on then to, it's the newest series on our list. It is Sidcraft Love is a Mystery. So, we mentioned the series earlier. It is, this is by the same author as We Never Learn.
Yep. I haven't read this one yet. I do want to check it out at some point.
It's definitely turning out to be another horror manga.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I'd say.
Because you've got, obviously got the main character, Sid Kraft, who is a master detective.
Naturally.
You've got his young assistant, Elio, who is actually a girl dressed as a boy.
Naturally.
And is actually the author of the romance novels that Sid likes, to add an extra.
Oh, that's funny.
You've got the police inspector that Sid works with, Souffle Flamberry.
That's like the kind of name you would make up if you want to make up a French-sounding name.
Mm-hmm. Who is actually they're both unaware of this, but they thought of each other as their first loves when they were children.
Oh, cute.
And then you have Lulu Chat Noir, who is a phantom thief.
The Phantom Thieves!
And her family, the Chat Noir family, regard the Kraft family as their mortal enemies.
Oh, fun.
So, yeah, we're 6 chapters in. There's not a huge amount to say. It's honestly been pretty decent thus far. Obviously, some contrivances. The comedy is pretty good, as I said, so far. We'll obviously see how it goes on. The art is pretty good, pretty cute, even if it's very, Sid has to be an idiot that Elio is a girl.
I mean, that goes without saying. That's kind of baked into any premise that has.
I know. But it's particularly obvious. Okay, it's particularly obvious with Elio.
I mean, hey, at least it seems like the whole cast is all working adults in this one.
Yeah, no, they are all adults as far as I'm aware. Elio is the youngest, and I'm fairly sure she is not, underage.
That's good.
To be fair, there has been some very, very funny moments in this series. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but I've been laughing a bit with this series. Though I've also been forgetting the series a little bit as well. Because
in fairness, you read a lot.
I know, but I feel bad about it when it happens. It happened a couple of weeks in a row where I was like, okay, finish on Hakutaku, which is, the next youngest series. And then, a couple hours later, shit, I forgot fucking Sid Kraft. Damn it. Oh, no. Yeah, no, Sid Kraft seems decent so far. Obviously, we will see how well it does. It's got the pedigree of, We Never Learn behind it, so maybe it will do well.
We'll see. Hasn't even gotten to the stage of one full volume yet, so that's...
No, as I said, it's been 6 chapters. Officially speaking, it debuted in, I'm fairly sure, the last... the penultimate issue of Shonen Jump for 2024. Because for some reason they start their 2025 stuff in, late December. Or not, sorry. Late November, early December.
Yeah, I don't know why. Japan does that in general, I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's move on to the final act series on the list. It is 2 on Ice. This is shaping up to be a fairly nice ice skating themed romance, but obviously it got the axe.
Rip.
Did manage to quickly go into the backstory of the antagonist. I don't necessarily feel right calling them a villain, but they were certainly an antagonist for the however long this manga ran. I think it was 20 chapters. It was near the start of the year. Maybe a little bit more, actually. I think it got like 27. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it was pretty good. But again, it's another one that seemed to see the writing on the wall. It rushed a little bit. It's a shame because I said I thought it was good. I thought the chemistry between the main couple was good, which is always a requirement for a romance series. But
oh yeah,
what can you do? Shonen Jump seems to feel that the sports and sports romance slots are filled by Blue Box alone. So yeah, let's quickly move on to Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun.
Oh, this has been a good year for Iruma.
It's not been a particularly full year in terms of arcs, because it's only had the 2 arcs, but they have been quite dense, yes.
Yes.
Because we had the second Battler Party arc, which was very, very good.
Lots of development for a character I did not expect to get a lot of development.
Sorry, I'm just looking up names.
That's fine. Yeah, Sylvia. It's Sylvia.
Sylvia, who is Sabnok's sister.
Yes. Yeah, I was not expecting her to get such a big focus. But it worked. It was very good.
Yeah.
And she got a rank up out of it too, which was cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the first big arc, and then the second one was the
Scala arc.
What was it? The Gala, that was it.
Yeah, that one was oh boy.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff, yeah. So basically it's a rank up that is or it's a test that you need to take to rank up to the basically the
anything above rank 5, basically.
Yeah, to the upper half of the demon ranks. And
I wonder how a demon gets to rank 10. I assume that's just the become the Demon King rank.
It's very possibly. Do we know what rank? Like
I think Sullivan is rank 9.
Yes. So Sullivan is rank 9 officially, but has the power of rank 10.
Yes.
Okay. No. So let me just check the other one. Yeah, the other 2 of the 3 greats are rank 10.
Oh, okay.
So it's not quite Demon King territory.
Okay. It's just he doesn't want to be Yod.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is interesting. I wonder why.
But yes, we got to learn a bit more about Mephisto.
Yep.
And the fact that he is the Kingmaker.
Yep.
And it's
I do like...
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I do like his his developing relationship with Iruma. It is very fun.
He's very endeared by Iruma.
Mm-hmm. I think at this... Excuse me. I think at this point that makes, what, half of the crowns who are, like, at least fond of him?
Henry has a sort of love-hate relationship with him.
Yes. Sullivan, of course, adores him.
Yeah. Mephisto likes him. Bachiko likes him.
Amaryllis likes him.
Amaryllis likes him.
And the others either... The only ones that outright are antagonistic to him are Ball and Narnia. And Narnia's a piece of shit.
Oh, yeah, Narnia is Kalego's older brother, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a shit. Yes, I remember now.
I do like the whole bit with him and Henry, just like Henry not so subtly just saying, "Hey, you need to think before you act, son." That was very, very good demonstration of just like how important a well-balanced how important it is to be balanced in both hard and soft power in a position like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, now that whole bit was very good. The arc in general was very good. I like the whole bit of Iruma just basically building a whole ass nation.
Yeah.
Hey, Iruma, make a country, but don't become the king. That is your challenge. Except we don't tell you about that second part.
Of course he was never going to become the king, because it's not really in his nature.
Yeah.
Well, it is and it isn't, but it was not something that was likely to happen, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bit of a whatchamacallit, kerfuffle, because the who are they? The Claw Squadron?
Yeah, something like that. Oh yeah, it was Ami's brother was the head of that, which was interesting. Yeah, lots of interesting stuff there.
So we'll see about that. But we've had some lighter chapters now. I mean, we had a really interesting conversation between Iruma and Opera.
Yes, I loved that chapter. That was really nice. I do love how Opera continues to be just like deliberately confounding in the matter of their gender.
Yeah. Of course they do.
It wouldn't be Opera otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, the fact that her room is now 5.5.
Yeah, that was funny. Everyone's just like, But yeah, no, that was great.
And then we had the Yuri date.
Yes, that was fun, and also pretty interesting. It's nice to get these like little insight chapters into the Misfits. Oh yeah, we had that one with Lead as well.
Yes, yeah.
Where he kind of sort of gets a gamer GF, but not really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like the Karori one a little focus a little bit more, just because it's a bit more in depth. We do have Iruma and Lead just casually going around in drag.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I just love how fucking comfortable Iruma is dressing up in drag at this point.
Yeah, no, it's great. You don't often see shonen protagonists like this, but good for him, honestly.
He's just got a very, very interesting relationship with gender. I also love that, obviously, Karori and Gyari were trying to, go around and have
an ordinary day, yeah.
Yeah, go and have a regular day. Meanwhile, Iruma and Lead were just having the normal day.
Yeah, that was great.
Like they just had a normal girl day.
Exactly. Like a nice, fun little girls' day out with the two of them. Meanwhile, Gyari and Karori have like a chaotic date, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, Iruma continues to be really good. I think season 4 has been confirmed.
Yes, season 4 confirmed. Don't know the date on that yet, though. Well, I can look, but I don't remember getting any confirmation on the dates.
Announced in production as of November 17th, 2024, so that's about it.
Okay.
So we'll just
likely probably going to be sometime next year or the year after.
Yeah. So what will it be covering? So we...
Yeah, I think the music festival, for sure.
So the music festival with Person.
Soulmates Diviculum, probably. And I think it'd probably adapt up through the Evidol games.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Given the chapter counts that have been adapted, it's about 50 chapters per season.
Yeah. Assuming, of course, assuming it's 2 core again.
It should be. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
I don't want to make guarantees. Rumor is a series that, is pretty surprising to have gotten 4 seasons.
Honestly, I'm happy though.
No, I'm not disappointed. I'm not sad about that. I'm very glad about that.
Same. It deserves it. It's earned it.
Also, while we're on the subject of Iruma, I keep watching the 3rd season's OP. God, it's so good.
Honestly, the music in Iruma is really good.
Yeah.
But yes, should probably move on to the penultimate show.
Yes. Not show, series.
Yes, series. My bad.
I'm
tired.
I know. It's been 4.5 hours. Let's move on to World Trigger. So about 9-10 chapters this year. Not terrible output, to be honest. Honestly, some of the most interesting stuff World Trigger has done as well, because it one of the pairs of chapters that dropped was basically Hyusei almost taking apart Rokuro and building him back up again, almost, because he basically was like, okay, well, theoretically, certainly power-wise, Trion-wise, I'm stronger than Osamu. I've been in Border longer than Osamu, and yet, comparatively, he seems so much stronger than me. I've got one of his teammates here. What does he have that I don't? And the summed up answer that Hyusei gave was attitude, and going into the attitude that Rokuro has. And again, I'm not going to go into too much detail, because if I do, I could be here for another half an hour, because it was that in depth. But it was really, really interestingly done, and honestly, something that I would recommend reading even if you don't read the series as a whole, because I thought it was a really, really good and honestly motivating look, and could do some, really some good stuff for you.
So, real talk, World Trigger, since it's moved to a more staggered release schedule, how close do you think it is to, like, the end game of the series?
A long time. A long, long time.
Yeah, that tracks.
This manga will likely reach 400... Well, assuming that Ashihara's health doesn't fail him completely, it'll reach 400 chapters easily.
Okay.
This arc alone will probably will probably be at least. Well, so we're currently at 248. Sorry, I was thinking about Iruma too much. Okay, it'll reach 300 chapters easily. Maybe not 400, but I would say the upper limit is maybe 350. I'm honestly not sure. Again, it very much depends on Ashihara's health and how willing he is to continue doing long arcs. It seems like he has gotten into generally a decent swing of things, but again, yeah, 10 chapters this year. It's about average for what he's releasing at the moment. So to do, another 100 or so chapters is 10 years. Will he be able to keep that going that long? I don't know. I honestly don't know. For now, I'm just gonna enjoy, what the world trigger that I get, because it continues to be certainly one of the best written battle shonens I've seen. If not the best, honestly.
I will have to give it a try at some point, probably. It's just...
I know.
It's a lot. It's a big ask.
It's 250 chapters, I know. I
caught up a longer manga, but it's still a lot to ask.
I know. Honestly, if there is a series I am ever going to recommend, it's this one. I legitimately would put it in my top 10 of series of all time.
Good to know.
Because the level of character writing it has, and its ability to have such a large cast, keep them relevant in the way that Tabata does, even the weaker ones. I mean, Osamu is one of the weakest characters in the entire cast, and he is, he's keeping up. But keep them relevant, but also give them strong development.
Yeah.
There are characters that we only see, a few times over the course of the manga that are now getting development in this arc. Good development at that. Well set up development. Ashihara is not a master of foreshadowing in the way that I would say Oda is, but he's fucking... yes, obviously, again, manga Georg, but Ashihara is very good at foreshadowing. He's very good at setting stuff up.
That's good.
As I said, if there is one manga I would recommend everyone to read, it'd be this one. It probably won't be for everyone, because it is slow paced, it is character focused, and there is a large cast that you've got to remember. It takes 100 chapters for basically an entire arc. But I know there's people in the fandom now that are complaining about how slow the current arc is seeming. But the character work that's being done right now is so fucking good, I can't even begin to complain about it. Yeah, World Trigger is genuinely one of the best written series I've read. Seriously recommend it to anyone. But let's move on to our final series, which is Zone 100 Bucket List of the Dead.
How much do you care about spoilers?
Not enough. Just go for it.
So, okay. So, the protagonists, eventually, after a long road trip around Kyushu, and a lot of boat riding as well, come to the facility of a rocket testing site. Went backed into a corner by zombies and left with one option. They decide to go to the one place where they think not even zombies will be able to find them.
Space! See, yes, I wanted to do that myself. I feel like...
I'm sorry.
I still feel like the soundboard takes away the fun of going, space!
Yes. I mean, you're free to do it at some other point when I bring it up again, because it is going to come up again.
I mean, it's a half decent strategy, I guess, of getting away from zombies. Go up to space.
Yeah. Yes. So they go up in space and realize they can't get down because they were in a prototype rocket, and yeah. So
once again, this group of idiots didn't think things through.
In fairness, it was an emergency, and they had no other options because they were using the rocket's engine launch to get rid of all the zombies in the area.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they maneuver themselves towards the International Space Station. Which, hey, that should be safe, right? It's not safe. There are zombies on there.
Oh, god damn it.
And, yeah, and do you know why there are zombies on there?
Why?
Because, as it turns out, they collected a meteor sample that was just drifting past in the area, and decided to study it. And they discovered a unique virus on it.
Oh god damn it!
So that means that the zombie virus came from, you guessed it,
space.
There you go. See? Hold on, let's cue you up for that. But yes, yeah. Yeah, that's where the zombie virus comes from. And also, as it turns out, it got to Earth because instead of, while they were studying it, in isolation aboard the ISS, where it, would have, been pretty contained, it eventually broke containment, but not before one of the scientists decided to send a sample down to Earth so that they could study it in that environment as well. And you know how that story goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was all... and the scientists responsible for this particular fuck-up were... members of a corporation called the Umbriel Corporation, which, if you are,
damn it.
You're familiar with the Resident Evil games,
yes, right? I am. I'm familiar enough to know that.
Yep. So yeah, they were named that for a reason. Yeah.
Speaking of, there was, in the Haunted Mansion arc of Kill Blue, there was some Resident Evil references, I'm fairly sure.
I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure Resident Evil is a pretty popular game series over in Japan.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, eventually they managed, so they get that information, and they broadcast to the world from the ISS that they have started development on a cure, and encourage everyone to keep fighting to stay alive, so that they can distribute the cure to the vaccine to as many people as possible.
Yeah.
And this does get started some chain networks of communication amongst people of, hey, let's group up so that we can engineer and distribute the vaccine as best as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they need a medium in which to incubate the vaccine. So they decide to look for. They are told the best way to do that is through eggs, and they decide to look for the nearest zoo so they could find ostrich eggs because bigger eggs means better incubation, right?
God damn it.
It's completely coincidental that Akira has had a lifelong dream of riding an ostrich. There's definitely
definitely.
Yeah. So the visit a zoo, find some ostriches, while also dealing with a bunch of zombie animals, and meet a cool lady who rides a tiger.
Okay.
But yeah, most of this year's content is basically just those two arcs.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good stuff and very fun. And it is very good that we get more lore on the origin of the virus and how it came to spread on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff, very fun, having a blast.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's everything.
That is everything. 4 hours 44 currently.
I think this is our longest year-end stream so far.
Yeah, which is saying something considering we talked for a fucking hour about Veilguard for the video game stream.
How long is the end of your anime stream going to be?
Oh boy, don't even start with that one. We're gonna have to take a break in the middle, I'm sure.
We will need an intermission, yes.
But we'll see about that one. Thank you. To be fair, I think we'll also be more disciplined on how long the various shows, or how long we talk about the various shows.
Are we going to be more disciplined? Are we?
Are
you sure about that?
I'm gonna try.
We can try. I can't guarantee anything, but we can try.
But yeah, so thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this long-ass stream talking about manga. In terms of future stuff, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. So Tuesday we are going to be starting Veilguard.
Nope.
Thursday, considering it's Boxing Day, I'm not sure. We'll discuss it off stream and get back to you on Tuesday. But Saturday and Sunday will definitely be streaming. Sunday will be the fall anime wrap up for 2024, so look forward to that. Otherwise, again, thank you for watching. Please do give us a follow here on Twitch and all that YouTube stuff.
Like and subscribe, leave a comment down below, and please don't forget to press that bell icon.
And otherwise, hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday. Good night.
Later.